So it's 6:02, February 8th, 2022. I call this meeting of the Wellfleet Select Board to order in accordance with the temporary suspension and enhancement of the open meeting law as allowed by the General Court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The first order of business is announcements, open session, public comments. Please note, public comments must be brief and the board will not deliberate or vote on any matter raised solely during announcements and public comments. So I have two, just for the sake of clarity. Trudy Vendemir texted me and emailed me just an hour or so ago, and she's going to be unable to attend this meeting. So the item for Commercial Street and Bank Street intersection is going to be taken off the agenda. Also on the agenda that's posted, there's an outdoor seating and tent request for the Mac Shack from Mac Hay. That is also going to be taken off the agenda. Right now, the board only has the ability to grant that through April 22nd of this year. So it's, yeah. All right, are there any others?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Helen?
Sorry, I didn't hit the button. On February 11th, the Cape Cod Commission is going to have a meeting of their Transportation Committee that's going to include discussion of this mysterious shared use path along Route 6 from Main Street in Wellfleet to Shore Road in Truro. And it's a public meeting and I'm going to go to it and just hear what they have to say. And that's going to be a place where we can learn more about it from the DOT as well as the Cape Cod Commission. Thank you.
Helen, sorry, Ryan.
Yep.
Could you repeat what date and time that is, Helen?
It is February 11th, this Friday. First thing in the morning, 8:30.
Okay.
It's not the only thing on the agenda. They're going to be discussing a lot of other things. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, there's also a Cape and Islands Select Board and Councilors meeting that morning as well. Okay, so on to seeing no others, onto the consent agenda. Helen already told me that she would like to take one item out. Helen, can you ask for it, please?
Yes, I'd like to take the item number H, appointment of Stephen Picard to the Shellfish Advisory Board off the consent agenda so that I can make the motion so that he will be appointed as a regular, which is what he has requested, and there is a vacancy for a regular. Thank you. So if we could do everything but that, it would be great.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned.
Chief Hurley, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just had a question on item B for the seasonal wage adjustment. I was wondering if possible, if that could become effective immediately to help us with recruitment for May. Just a question.
What is it currently?
Well, I think the way it's stated here for FY23, that would be a start of July 1.
Yep.
So I didn't know if in the motion or in the approval, it could be immediate.
Okay, we'll take item B out as well. Janet?
I would like to briefly discuss item D about amending the fee for the Wellfleet gardeners.
Okay. All right. So any others at this point? So
No.
seeing none, the chair declares that the remaining items of the consent agenda, accepting items B, D, and G, no, A, B, D, and H.
B,
Yes.
D, and H.
Yep, that's what I
That's what he
just said. Accepting B, D, and H are approved, and the chair will waive the reading of the individual items. All right, so seasonal wage wages for public safety. So is there any discussion on this, or can we just make the motion? Okay,
I would make the motion.
okay. I move that the town adopts the seasonal wages for the police department effective as printed in the packet, effective immediately.
Helen,
Second,
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I.
Okay,
Thank you.
item D, amending and waiving the fee for the Wellfleet gardeners. Janet?
So I do not have a problem with this, but when you presented this to us last fall or last summer about amending all the fees, I don't know if I spoke it, but I knew that there were exceptions to all the rules. And we did establish a fee schedule and that it's already being adjusted. And we agreed that it was the people who, the committees and departments that work for the town don't have to pay a fee. And this is a public group. And I'd also like to know if they're requesting any DPW help, police help, because that's really what we base the fee on.
Okay, Karen Kaminsky's on the call. Can you unmute her, please, Rebecca? I'm gonna try to put her on the spot here.
Find her, hang on.
In the meantime, Helen?
Yeah, I agree with Janet. We need to stick to what we've got, and this is a private group. And as good as they are, and as wonderful it is what they do, I'm trying to remember what the fee was.
110.
What?
It was 110.
Yeah, well, I think they should be charged just like every other private group.
She's unmuted.
So here I am. We've already paid the $50 fee for this year. We paid a fee in 2020, which for a permit, which we couldn't use because it was denied. And I mean, we're only doing work for the community. We're not doing anything private. Okay. I don't understand. It's never been done before. And I think you have to reconsider what your reason for fees is. We're not using any services from the town.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, so what we didn't know, but we just learned it, thank you very much, is that the fee that is normally charged and would be normally charged again this year because it's a private organization was never used in 2020, or was it 2020. And I think we should therefore not charge the fee this year because they paid it. Is that correct? Through you, Ryan? You paid it and then you never used it. Is that correct?
We paid the application fee. There's an application fee of $50. And then now this year, you're charging a use fee. So we paid, we paid the application fee in 2020. I also paid a $50 application fee this year of $50. There has never been, in my recollection, a use fee for us sitting in the driveway for 6 hours with no need for any services from the town.
May I respond to that, Ryan?
Yes.
Quickly. So given that we took your $50 back in 2020 and you never got to use it, I would be willing to take $50 off what any private organization applying for this would be charged. The application fee is a separate matter. Everybody has to pay it. It doesn't matter who. So that's where I am. I would say charge $100, $50 less than we would charge another private organization, and thank you.
Okay, Janet?
So this is for clarification. Over the years, we've had more and more organizations, committees, private individuals apply to use town property. And it got where the $50 application fee goes strictly towards office hours, office employees, paper, all of that. So that's that $50 fee. Everyone pays that. In the fall, we had, and well, let me go back. In the past, we also realized that people are using DPW. They may put up blockades, garbage. Okay, that's fine. But the thing is that we don't have an application right in front of us that you might have filled out. So that second fee is for use of town property, using the lawn, having DPW come in and mow it. Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. I hear you. I used to be involved with the Wellfleet gardeners a long time ago. Maybe I will. Once I stop being select board member, I'll have time. But so I just want to clarify that it's nothing personal. It's that we get a lot of requests. I would certainly be willing. The $50 office fee has to be that. And if somebody wants to vote that the one from 2 years ago is applied towards this year, that's fine with me. But that, we really want to know, is there any use of the town property that would require any other, and you shake your head, but there's always the police are always kind of looking and stuff. So anyhow, I would be willing to make that less of a fee.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I'm just curious, sort of what the Gardeners Club does with their proceeds. I know they're a nonprofit, I believe, and in the past we've waived fees for nonprofits a lot. We just did redo our use schedule, and we are, trying to be more consistent. So, some things that where the nonprofit is using the funds to benefit the town in certain ways, I think it's appropriate to waive the fee. But I'm not sure exactly what the Gardeners Club does. I don't want to be in a situation where we're inhibiting nonprofits from having these types of events in town, because I think they somewhat enrich the town with by pricing them out if they're not really bringing in enough revenue to even cover the fees or something like that. But I don't think 110 is too crazy. But if we could just hear a little bit about the Gardeners Club and what they do with their proceeds.
Yeah, and before you answer that, Karen. So Karen, the Wellfleet Gardeners Club also maintains the planted areas in the town public on the islands on public ways. Is that correct?
That's true. Yes, that's correct. We also, our meetings, the monies that we receive from the plant sale are used to support lectures usually at the library. It could be at the senior center now, that are open to anyone on Cape Cod or anywhere. And these are usually really, really high-end speakers. And we have, sometimes 50 or 60 people at one of these lectures. We also are working with another group, the Pollinator Pathway, to support the education of gardeners to plant appropriate shrubs and plants that will foster the pollinators to come through Wellfleet. And then we also provide some plants to the library for their planting groups.
Okay, John?
So if I could just follow up,
yep.
Mr. Chair. So I'd be willing to waive the fee for this personally. I think this is a benefit to the town and the community. I think what they do is a benefit to the town. with the funds as well. So I'd be willing to waive the fee and just apply the application fee.
Yep. John?
Yeah, unless I'm reading this wrong, what they're proposing here is to the benefit of the town. I'm not sure why we would charge a full fee for that.
Yeah.
I'd agree with Mike.
Yeah, and where they're maintaining plantings on town property, you know,
Exactly.
they do benefit the town. So I would be willing to waive the fee as well. So with that, so I move to amend and waive the fee for the Wellfleet gardeners for the use of the town lawn on May 28th, 2022.
Ellen,
Second.
second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Ellen, I. Thank you.
Okay. Item H, appointment of Stephen Picard to the Shellfish Advisory Board. Helen?
Yeah, okay. I move to appoint Stephen Picard as a regular member of the Shellfish Advisory Committee for the term ending on 6/30/2024. Mr. Picard shall be sworn in by the town clerk before acting as a member of the committee and shall comply with the town charter and all state and local requirements.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael abstain.
Ryan, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay,
Thank
motion
you for-
carries
Thank you for
4-0.
your willingness to serve.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, on to Wellfleet or item 3, Wellfleet's priority for the use of Barnstable County ARPA funds. Vera, I know she's on here somewhere. Probably at the bottom of the list. Can you unmute her?
She's all set.
Good
Okay.
evening.
Evening, Vera. So
My,
Ken,
our Commissioner Sheila Lyons is also on the call.
okay, and I believe Lillian Green is probably on here too.
Oh,
So
very good.
can you find them and unmute them as well? Rebecca, and then meantime, can I also share the screen?
You can stop sharing mine.
Okay. Okay, which screen? Screen 2. Okay, share. Okay, so this was provided to us this afternoon. It's the results of the survey that the Barnstable County has conducted, and they isolated Wellfleet's responses, or people from Wellfleet, their responses. So Vera, why don't you walk us, or yeah.
Sure. Sheila, would you like to begin?
No, I'm going to let you take this away, Vera. And if there's any questions or backup, I'm here to answer
Okay,
those questions.
very good. If Lily Ann's on the call, she might want to.
I think you should.
All right,
probably
I'll
move
carry on.
forward, and
Thank you.
then we'll take that after.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Lillian, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Vera Harik, the Assistant County Administrator for Barnstable County. And our Board of Commissioners has asked our administrator and myself to conduct a community outreach process wherein we request and record the thoughts and feedback from the public as well as stakeholders, pardon me, and town appointed and elected officials on recommendations and thoughts for use of the county's $41.3 million funds that have come to the county from the U.S. Treasury under the American Rescue Plan Act. Commissioner Lyons and Ms. Green and I were with you on the 11th of January, I believe, at your meeting introducing this topic and giving you a sense of what we were hoping to achieve during a subsequent conversation. And so here we are, and thank you for the invitation to return to you. What we have is, Barnstable County, both Barnstable County and your town are recipients of grant funding from the under ARPA. And the Wellfleet has or will have finished receiving by this spring $285,000 in direct funding from the ARPA Act. The county is receiving, as I said, $41.3 million. And our Board of Commissioners at a meeting, in a vote in November, asserted the following priorities in order of importance for their thinking on the spending of the expenditure of the funds for regional priorities. And the first priority of theirs was articulated as being to support infrastructure investments such as water and sewer and broadband. That would also include affordable housing. So these major infrastructural components are of primary concern for the expenditure of regional funds for our Board of Commissioners. Secondarily was, I beg your pardon?
Nothing, you can continue.
Okay. Secondarily was expenditures for public health. And then thirdly, addressing negative economic consequences of COVID. And then lastly would be revenue replacement for towns and essential premium pay for essential workers. And so that's the order that the county expressed in terms of prioritizing county funds, bearing in mind and knowing full well that the towns themselves have their own ARPA funds and might want to pursue some of those other priorities with their funds. And so, as part of my the round robin I've been conducting with other towns and appointed and elected officials, have yielded some very interesting, beneficial conversations, and we have gained the insight from our towns, other 14 towns on Cape Cod, on their thoughts on the expenditure of the county's ARPA funds and how they would prefer those funds be allocated. And it's now our interest in hearing directly from our colleagues in Wellfleet, your elected officials, on your thoughts on the expenditure of ARPA funds as well. I do recognize that you sent in December, we received a letter from the town of Wellfleet, signed by yourselves, articulating a particular interest in prioritization of affordable and attainable housing. And so that is, if our colleague, Mr. Curley, were to scroll to the bottom of this document, I have appended that letter that you sent to our Board of Commissioners to this document here, just for reference, and the highlighting is mine.
Can you make it a tiny bit bigger, please, Ryan?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, very good. Wow.
A little bit
Much
smaller.
better.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you.
And so it's obviously very well articulated and expresses an interest and a priority that is very similar to what we've heard in the other town meetings, and indeed the information that I'm receiving from the survey, the countywide survey itself. People are very well aware of the critical need for affordable housing on Cape Cod. All towns share this concern and this dearth of affordable and attainable housing. And as we all know, the COVID pandemic and the economic flows and incentives therein have exacerbated this problem on Cape Cod even more, resulting in the loss of rental housing stock in favor of people moving here or attaining secondary homes and so on. So it's gotten even worse in the last 2 years than it was, and it was bad before. And so we recognize that. Your electorate also recognizes that. If Ryan could go to the top of the first page, the survey, these are preliminary survey results. The survey doesn't close until this Friday. But as of this morning, there were a total of 5,000, almost 5,500 responses. And this is the English language version. Among those, 163 respondents are from the town of Wellfleet, which is a very tidy number of respondents. Definitely, if 163 of your constituents came and stood up at a meeting and voiced their opinions, as these all have, and they put their names and email addresses to this, it would certainly be the sort of information from an elected official point of view that would, I would assume, would be very useful and allow you some insight. And so, indeed, your electorate, the constituents that have indicated their priorities here are also prioritizing affordable housing and infrastructure projects as being of critical need in your town.
Interesting.
I'll pause there for questions before I continue.
Okay, before I get to the people with their hands up. So for the sake of clarity, so that people know, for the sewer infrastructure, I know it's a critical need, but how much is the county taking in annually into the Cape Cod Clean Water Trust Fund?
I don't have that answer.
Okay,
I'm
it's in
not
excess of
certain.
20 million.
No,
Yeah, I have the reports from it.
okay.
So,
We'll come back to that.
yeah. And
I
then,
think that might be Barnstable County as a whole.
yeah, it's the Clean Water
As the
Trust Fund.
town, as
Yeah.
the towns, that affects the towns, and that is accessible to the towns. That has nothing to do with the county government. That
Yeah,
is a town.
it's just the request to have monies dedicated to sewering when there's already a funding stream available for that, when we have other funding needs as well.
So if I can just say something here, just for, so when you look at, wastewater, which I've, been involved with for a long time, there's a lot of work that needs to be done prior to those projects. So that's projects. So a lot of the infrastructure money that can be used by the county would be towards the studies, the preliminary technical assistance, all of the things that the towns need, and they would have to put up that money to do those. So when you're talking about the county level does a different part of the work, and we're not part of that wastewater, that Clean Water Act. That's accessible to the towns to draw on to continue their projects. So within what we're looking at are more ways. How can we expand access to sewer hookup? How can we expand access to low income people for septic, when they have to replace their septic systems? So there's things like that. That's where we come in on that regional way. And then that Clean Water Act is there for you to draw on for the projects you're doing. But we're there to help you get those projects so prime and ready that you can draw on that money and go forward.
Yeah, so I've been seeing proposals where it's to transfer, or advocacy around transferring a certain amount of these funds to the Clean Water Trust Fund. And by the bylaws of that fund, the only way to disperse it is if it qualifies for SRF funding.
Right.
So if that would happen, then these preliminary studies wouldn't be possible. So I just want to make that clear. But in the meantime, Helen?
Yeah, a couple things. Let's not forget, I'm doubling down on what Sheila said, that, and we're very aware of this because of our recent ADU bylaw and people getting their brains refreshed about our septic fund, that having certain kinds of infrastructure, and I think the most important kind has to do with septic systems and dealing with wastewater, that affects people with the least amount of money in the most dire ways. And it's completely connected to affordable housing because of that. And I think that it's just as important, therefore, to think about the infrastructure as part of the affordable housing, not just having new units, but how to make them happen in a way that the people in them or the people who rent to them can afford to do it. I have a question though that's unclear to me. Here we have, as of 2/8/22, 10 a.m., total responses 5,496. Then to the right of that, we have 163 of those respondents were from Wellfleet. But beneath that, we have percentages, and forgive me, I'm stupid tonight, but are those percentages of Wellfleet, of the
Yes.
163 people, or are they percentages of the 5,496
It's an
people?
excellent question. It's not a dumb question. And that's why I have the Wellfleet there in parentheses again to remind us that that is in fact the prioritization of Wellfletians.
In that case,
51% priority, think that infrastructure, for example, should be a priority.
thank you. And in that case, I want to highlight the fact that infrastructure is 51% and affordable housing community services is 58%. That's pretty close. And a
Yeah.
lot of people don't understand how closely related the two things are. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may, Ryan, I'm just going to concur with Helen on that. Without the water being fixed and being taken care of,
Yeah.
you're just adding more, you're more debt to it. You know, there's more cleanup to a town if you don't get those things in place first. And once you have the water infrastructure in place, you have more of ability to put housing where you need it or to increase the housing on the footprint that it's in. So thank you, Helen, for that. So, and we're going to shut up now and give it back to Vera.
Janet,
So I agree with what everybody said, and I'm actually really happy that water, sewer, broadband, and affordable housing were the two priorities. It's obvious. And yes, we can have more affordable housing without water and sewer.
Mhm.
I'm also going to put in that broadband is really important for businesses and our young people in school, that you got to have that. If you're in high school, you got to be able to access the internet. And there are a lot of people who can't do that. So with all of these wonderful 4 things in place, how much money, like you say, $285,000, that could go in a month, like how much
that's
money?
Wellfleet's allocation.
Yes, so how much-
That's
right.
separate than the county's.
Okay, so how much money and how, because I think we're all in agreement that these things in red are our priorities. We don't even need to discuss it anymore, in my opinion. So how much are we gonna get, and how, is there a way we have to allocate it? Is there a percentage we have to allocate to each thing, or can we?
No. Well, the answer you're asking the $41.3 million question, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That is the, what's before us as what's before our Board of Commissioners is the how to make the best use of these funds. How to divide the funds between regional projects and town projects, and those decisions have not yet been made. Ryan, if you could scroll to the second page, though, there is some additional information that you all might find interesting. And so Ms. Reinhardt asks the question that we are asking, the exact question we are asking in the survey. We're asking people, how do you think your town should allocate its ARPA funding? Or how do you think the count, pardon me, I'm misstating. How does your town think that the county should allocate its ARPA funding? Pardon me. And your respondents, the same 163 people, are saying that there should be a combination of approaches, namely funding, some funding of regional projects of import, as well as distribution of funds or allocation of funds for application directly by the towns. The 15 towns, so, and the town this is interesting, residents across Cape Cod, whether in large towns and small towns, have responded in a very similar fashion to this question, that they prefer a combination of the two approaches as opposed to just allocating the funding on the basis of population only. However, in the meetings that I've had with town elected and appointed officials in several of the towns, at least half of the towns on Cape Cod would prefer and are assertive in their preference that the county allocate whatever funds that are coming to the towns on a population basis only. And so we have asked this question, the question that follows, in order to address some of the extremely small populations in some of our towns, notably on the Outer Cape, would the respondent favor a base amount in the allocation to the towns, then a further allocation of the remainderment on the basis of population? And in your town, 89% of your constituents, which should come as no surprise, agrees that a base plus population amount is preferable. It's a higher percentage than people are saying on Cape Cod overall. But the response to this question across the Cape, large towns and small, is saying 70%. So you guys being a small town, yes, there's an elevated interest in this particular approach to allocation. But Cape-wide, large towns and small people are answering this in the affirmative 70%, that there should be a base plus. So it's a very interesting dichotomy there between the perception of the public and the perception of people running the towns who have a different point of view on that subject, which is what makes a horse race, right? So that's why that is why we're out here trying to gain the perspective of our colleagues and our neighbors in subsequently providing to our Board of Commissioners this information for their consideration. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, so through you, question, did you notice a similar phenomenon in Truro and Provincetown?
Yes.
Yes, because guess what? Our population,
Yes.
2,000 plus now, is not our population for a good part of the year. And the use of our area is much, much bigger than that and much less spread out than it is in the wider, more southern parts of the peninsula. And was that taken into consideration? I mean, we need more
That's
help.
why we're asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, we have to deal with a whole lot more stuff because this is the end of the Cape that everybody gravitates towards. And we've got them on the roads and we've got, the help from the national park. But believe me, the impact, it's like being hit by a tsunami every year. Thank you.
Okay, Lillian Green.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Vera and Sheila, for being here as well. But thank you, Vera, for the information that you're presenting. I have a couple of questions. So you're talking about this overall allocation. What was the consensus from the select boards and the councilors in the other towns as far as how the fund should be allocated? Should there be a base amount for every town and then some kind of a formula after that?
She's muted. Can you unmute her, Rebecca?
Yep, who am I? Oh, who am I unmuting?
Vera,
Yeah.
can you make me a co-host too?
I already did.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yep.
So Lillian, you're asking, what are some of the other towns saying? Is that correct, if I'm paraphrasing?
Well, you're saying that the survey respondents are agreeing with us, but what are the select boards saying? And
Well, there's a diversity of opinion, as I said. Some of the smaller towns are interested in a base plus approach, namely the smaller ones. But the majority of the towns and the majority of the towns as representative, each town has a representation of the population. the majority of the town select boards that I've spoken with, and you know, I feel comfortable in saying that they are interested in a pure population allocation
Okay,
of the funds that our Board of Commissioners decides to allocate to the towns. Of that subset of funds, the majority of the towns that we've spoken with would prefer just a population basis distribution.
so, and I'm also curious, obviously, this is ARPA funds, this is going to the county. Are you considering just giving the money to the towns that has been allocated to the county on some kind of a formula basis? Or are you going to have the towns receive some money and the county is going to do regional projects with another portion of the money? And have you decided what proportion that would be?
Those decisions have not been made. I'm not, I don't know, I don't feel at liberty to speak to the details of your question, but Ms. Lyons is here with her hand raised.
Sheila?
Well, my hand was raised just to say I muted myself. So thank you for that. And I mean, I don't know how to get my hand down, but I will try to do that. However, no, those decisions haven't been made, but I do think if you remember back in, I think a meeting back in either February or March of last year, we did say, whenever Beth was kind of, maybe it was even March, April, but we did kind of look at the money we had and sort of propose, I mean, what the first rules that were coming down from the Department of Revenue were coming to us. And it did look like, you know, we do have regional projects that are mostly water-based, water infrastructure-based, you know, and there's various iterations of that, but would be going towards, we have projects that would be regional and would benefit all towns. So I think it would be, I mean, I can't speak for all the commissioners, but I do think that we're looking at some county and some set base. You know, a lot of the towns, a lot of the bigger towns got a lot of money. They got a lot of money, millions, 7 million to Falmouth, Barnstable got that or more. And, you know, you got $250,000. So I don't think it's our job to do that. If we're going to give it to one, we have to give it to everyone. And it's going to be you know, this is what I would like to see, but I cannot say. I have two other commissioners, but that is the realm that I would like to go on. And then there would be a pool of money for towns to be able to then go for if they have projects, augment their projects, couple the money that we give with their opera money. And all opera money has some requirements. So you have to touch something that's in the requirements. I will say in the final reading of it, and it's good that we all didn't jump on the bandwagon immediately because they put it out for public comment and they have broadened some of their things. So when you get that final ruling of the Department of Revenue coming to you, and if you haven't looked at it, you know, hopefully people are looking at it, you'll see that there's a little bit broader way of using this as long as you can justify within the requirements of the ARPA grant that has been given to all of us. So, so that's where we're at. That's as much as I can say. And we won't have a meeting tomorrow. So this will be, I mean, we were going to be putting it on the agenda for next week, but we have two commissioners out. One just had surgery and one's mother is very sick. So we canceled tomorrow's meeting. So it's Wednesday's going to be a chock full day. And on that day, a week from tomorrow, we will be making some of those decisions. So, you know, yet to come. But that's where I'm leaning, if you're wondering. So that's what I would like to see. And I just think it's more fair. And coming from a small town, I actually feel that pain. So.
Well, I think you're privy to the same information that I am, in that we're getting letters from the larger towns that are coming to the assembly saying that they really want the county's money divided up.
Well, of course they do.
Directly to the towns themselves. So
of course they do.
that is going to be a big issue.
Lillian,
The point is, Lily, we are responsible for those funds. Those funds were given to the county.
I
So,
understand that.
yeah.
And then the other thing was, are you going to be giving priority to money, the county money being leveraged in some way or another, such as zero interest loans or?
That's just what I was referring to about the septic.
Yes, those kinds of projects.
so Lillian, if I may, I think it would
Thank you.
be best if you would follow up with the commissioners later.
I think it's important for the town. of
agree.
Wellfleet
It is, but I mean, we have,
There's no decisions made yet.
yeah, nothing's finalized. We obviously, I would say, obviously, we would prefer, some allocation that sees sees more into the smaller towns. But I also want just to go back to the priorities. My priority number one is affordable housing, because it's undermining everything else right now. Staffing, businesses, town staff, home healthcare workers, everything's being affected by the lack of housing, which is contributing to the lack of a workforce, and does jeopardize the quality of care of many of our population, because we have a very older population, much older than the state average. This is a one-time opportunity for this amount of funds come into the county, and having a number of affordable housing projects or initiatives would go a really long way to having a regional impact on the area. But Mike?
Yeah, I just think that doing a base amount plus population is the obviously most fair thing to do, especially considering the first round of ARPA was solely based on population. So I'll just say that for the record. And I think I kind of strongly feel that it should be distributed to the towns, and not for the towns to determine what they do with it, and not have these grant applications or different types of projects. I mean, if towns have projects going on and there's a fair way to distribute it, then the towns ought to be able to determine how best to spend those funds, rather than have money reserved by the county that towns would have to apply for. It just seems cleaner and more fair to just basically go, here's the base amount, here's the population amount on top of that, and the towns can determine how best to use that funding for their own projects. If they want to contribute it to regional projects, then they'd be able to do that. And our priority here might not be the same as in Hyannis or something like that. So they may have more housing opportunities there. They might need to do something else infrastructure wise. So I just think that it's best to allow the towns to determine how to spend the funds that are available. And I agree with Ryan. This is the thing about housing is there's not a lot of funding opportunities. So I think as far as a priority goes for this type of funding, where we have an opportunity to make a dent with what funding we can get, there is other sources of revenue for sewerage, for water. There's the Water Protection Fund, and there's about to be a bunch of infrastructure money that's going to come out on top of ARPA, and those will be projects that can be applied for infrastructure projects such as sewering and stuff like that. So I really think that this funding should be directed as much as possible to housing, because if one thing has been affected by COVID the most, it's the cost of housing. I mean, it's the highest inflationary item we've seen is housing. I think it's jumped 36% in the last year or something like that, the cost of rents and housing overall. And I don't know if that's nationwide or what, but we've seen an extremely high rise of cost and extremely low inventory. So, I think it's really important to move that direction, but I don't think the county should be withholding funds to distribute in other ways. I think, it's best to keep it clean and fair.
Okay, Vera?
Yes, to Mr. DeVasto's comments. I'm not sure if I understand the point you're making on withholding per se, is that these funds have come to the county. The county's considering allocating, some portion of those funds for use by the towns. The county would not be stipulating what the towns use the money for, so long as the use of the funds by the towns falls into these general categories. And there are, of course, the devil's in the details, but in these categories, A through G here, that's such as you see on the screen.
Yeah, just for clarity, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
through you. I was just, maybe didn't understand this correctly, but I thought the county was considering doing a base plus population and reserving some funds that would be applied for regional projects.
Oh, no, all of thank you for the clarification. The method for accessing ARPA funds from the county, regardless of the way the allocation is calculated, is going to have to be by application. There's going to be an application portal through which the town applies for various projects they have in mind.
Okay.
As long as, but the town will know the denominator. You will know, how much is reserved for the town, whatever the calculation method is arrived at.
Okay, and then we would just have to come back with applications that fit that profile to the amount of money that's allocated.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
sure. I misunderstood. I
No,
thought there was
that's fair.
another, yeah, okay.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions at this time?
May I also say, Mr. Curley?
Yep.
Just one more thing. The argument that the towns on the outer Cape are disproportionately affected by the increased burden of population during the summer season is one that other towns might take issue with. I don't know the numbers. The Cape Cod Commission is probably in the best position to help everyone understand who has the most disproportionate burden relative to their population. But other towns have been quick to say, look, the base, if you go with this base plus method, that wouldn't be fair because the other towns, they're saying everyone is burdened by or experiences an influx in population that places strain on infrastructure during the summer season up and down the Cape. So all Cape towns are strained in this way. So that is some of the conversation that we've had during other town meetings, when other towns thinking about or discussing the base plus allocation method have come back to say, that doesn't seem right to us. It doesn't seem fair because we also gain a substantial increase in population during the season as well. So it's going to be a conversation at your elected official levels in order to, amongst our Board of Commissioners and possibly in conjunction with the towns to sort this out.
I would say that very few communities have as many seasonal homes as the overall percentage as Wellfleet, Truro, and probably Provincetown. East Hams is around 50. Ours is over 75% are seasonal.
Yeah. I will say, because I'm not espousing any particular point of view or another, but other towns will come back and say, well, yes, and all of those and those seasonal, and that proportion is representative of an average level of affluence for people, and it represents a tax base that towns with a poorer populace and at some percentage don't enjoy. So they're saying, yes, the Outer Cape towns are smaller, but on a population basis, particularly with regard to tax-based revenue and real estate taxes, enjoy a more affluent population base.
I would say that
I'm
our-
just saying, this is the
These are
shuttlecock coming back and forth across the badminton net on this subject, which I'm sort of taking a little bit of time to point out to you for your consideration in talking with your colleagues in other towns.
Yeah, I would also say that our median income is below the county average as well.
That's true.
So,
Preaching to the choir.
yeah, Lillian,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to that, Vera, and I know Sheila's on the phone too, I looked that up because I've been advocating for this since September, as you well know. And on the other part of the Cape, it can be twice. The summer population can double, but out here it's 10 times that. So that's a really big factor. The other factor is that over 60% of our town is national park, which is a resource that the whole rest of Barnstable County uses and enjoys. And that should be a factor as well when you're talking about allocating the funds. Thank you.
okay, Helen, and then we're gonna have to move on.
Two things. We have less land mass than the more southern parts of the Cape. I was going to say what Lily said, but she said it just as well or better. Another thing is we recently had, I don't know if you know, the food and drug, not food and drug, but we get assessed for how many liquor stores we can have and of what sort. And we went up to, it's based on population and, maximum population in the summer. We went from 17,000 maybe 15 years ago or whatever it was to 30,000 this year. And that is considered to be a kind of norm, if you look into it, what they base those numbers on. And so what Ryan, Lily, and I have said makes us different. I respect that other communities have a wallop from summer people, but we have it more. Everybody goes to Provincetown at least once, and they go right through our skinny little town. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we need to move on. So item 4, financial management work plan. Charlie,
Thank you.
thank you for
thank
coming
you.
tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. So I'm just going to provide a brief introduction, and Rebecca, if you can unmute Mary and Lisa, they'll be participating as well. Anyway, I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and I wanted Lisa and Mary to talk about really the details. And I'm going to say a couple things you already know. Lisa and Mary continue to do the job of two people, and it's been a struggle. We had hoped to have been done by now, but our reality is we're not. I think that we did have a meeting with the Department of Revenue last week, the Division of Local Services, because they wanted an update as well. They're obviously aware of what's going on and concerned. I think, I think they're satisfied with what we're doing and how we're doing it. However, I think that the one thing that did come up during that meeting is, there's, frankly, a lack of confidence in the audit that was done for FY20, for obvious reasons. The variance adjustment that was recommended in the range of, $760,000 is significant, particularly for a community the size of Wellfleet. So really, our goal, and Mary, Lisa will talk about it, is to close out 20 and 21 relatively soon. But before the state is going to certify free cash for the town of Wellfleet, the Department of Revenue's position is that we have to complete the audit for FY21. And I can't be critical of that position by the DOR. I think that it makes good sense, actually. So I think while it's a little disappointing, it's not terribly surprising. And I think that's the most important message that I wanted to mention at the beginning of this meeting. We'll talk about the audit as we go along. But I think the goal will be that we'll have the auditors in sometime in March and April. And, possibly can get that finished in a timely way. And then, that would be the FY21 audit. And then the Department of Revenue would be more supportive of establishing a free cash certification for the town of Wellfleet. I think, the honest to God truth is I wasn't really, we'll talk about it later on when we do the financial forecast, but I wasn't intending to use free cash for any particular reason other than to replace the monies that we transferred from the stabilization fund. So that's the biggest impact. But anyway, maybe I could ask Mary and Lisa just to give an overview of where they are at and what some of the critical issues that we need to deal with to close out 20 and then rapidly thereafter 21. Maybe Mary would want to go first.
Yes, as a matter of fact, she just lost internet, but she's just said that she's good, but she's still muted. So could someone unmute Mary?
Yep, she's good.
I did.
Thank you, Ryan, and members of the board for having us again this evening to update you. We're happy to do that. Lisa and I have been tirelessly working, retirees, and we, so progress has been a little slower than we expected, but that's due to the, vacancies that the town has seen in town hall and the lengthy absences of certain staff. So we've had to really backfill on duties that we consider to be mandatory and, just to try to keep the wheels turning while we're trying to do the work that you have asked us to do. As Charlie just explained, we met with the auditors. I thought we had a great conversation with them. We have a dialogue with the DOR that is probably unprecedented for a community that finds itself struggling the way Wellfleet has. And I say that because the DOR is always open to conversation and assistance, and but towns, when they're struggling, are not always so open to that kind of team effort that you really need to, sort of come out of the woods. Wellfleet is different. Wellfleet has always been open with the DOR. We have a really great working relationship with the team that represents the DOR to us, all the technicians, and certainly Deb Wagner, who is the head of the Bureau of Accounts, is completely in our corner, fully supportive, and we appreciate that. And so they've made their decision about where we have to be in order to get free cash certified. And so our priority going forward is to complete the records, close the records in Vadar, which is your software system, in order to provide them with system-generated documents, which is their requirement. And what we've been doing all of these months has been inspecting source documents and pulling records in order to determine for all of the funds that the town has, and I'll simplify this, but determining the beginning balance and being comfortable with that from audit work papers, from source documents, like I said, and all kinds of other records that have been made available to us by departments and other agencies. And so we determine the beginning balances. We're making sure that the votes of town meeting are recorded properly across all funds of the town. We're looking at the receipts as much as possible, and also the disbursements, and then coming up with an ending balance first on FY20 and then carrying that into FY21 to be able to close both years consecutively and smoothly, and produce the records that the DOR would like to see, and also produce the records that are required of our auditors. I think I would say we've made significant progress. We have a lot of funds closed for 20 and 21. We have some on the verge of closing, and the largest fund obviously is the general fund. And we've done a lion's share of work on cash and receivables and other, I'll call them balance sheet items, in order to be able to close the years on that as well, and get our auditors in and work with them so that they can complete an audit, a satisfactory audit of the town's records for fiscal 21, and render us a good opinion accompanied by a constructive management letter that we feel should acknowledge all of the work that was done to remedy every item that was addressed in their management letter of the prior year. And also, we expect them to give some credit to all of the labor from, all of the employees in town hall, as well as Charlie and Lisa and myself and others, to fix other things along the way that weren't even addressed in the management letter. So I feel confident that the auditors are going to be able to produce an audit report and a management letter that is a huge turnaround from what you saw from last year. And we just continue to plug away at that. We're going to probably finalize a punch list for completion, and just get through the list as soon as we can and get the auditors in.
Okay. I guess Lisa.
Mary speaks so eloquently. She really does. And between Charlie and Mary, that really is the ball of wax that we have. The two big projects that we have on the board right now are the community preservation. I have resigned myself to the fact that I have to rebuild it from fiscal 20 forward. So that's what I'm going to have to do, and that's what I'm doing. 9 hours the other night just on CPC. It's not done yet. Mary is going to be working on the Wellfleet Affordable Housing Trust, which is another big nut for the town, which is very, very important. So those are the two big ones on our plate right at the moment. We are teeing up to, close these books because everybody needs to move on. Mary and I are both going on vacation, unfortunately, at the same time, but fortunately as well, because we both need a little break. So when we get back, I anticipate the auditors, or at least getting their reports to them by the second week of March. And then that will start the whole ball of closing these books so that if we can move on and be in a reasonably good place so that we can get a treasurer, a town accountant on board with as good as we can get records.
And Ryan, if I could just add one more thing, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So, and I think the other thing, that message I'd like to get across, and by the way, thank you, Lisa and Mary, for all they've done for the town. I can't begin to tell you how much time they spend together, and it takes that team to do this. But also, the staff in town hall downstairs has been very helpful and supportive, so we're grateful. But I think the one thing I would like to talk about is we've made, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of corrective journal entries, and I would say, in the thousands. So these are errors that we find as we sort of unwind the ball of yarn. But these are errors mostly of omission, lack of training, turnover. We just haven't found anything that would suggest, criminal malfeasance. And so I think, I just wanted to add that, because that's important. Now we still have work to do. We're still going to dig. And as Lisa even talks about the CPA, that's what has to happen. Is you really need to just keep chasing that item back to its source back in June 30th, 2019. So, but most important, we haven't found anything that we would say to the select board or any other agencies that we think there's any, criminal activity that's occurred to date that we've found. And we've dug pretty deep, so.
I have a quick question. So the CPA funds, will there be any impact on the proposed articles for town meeting?
I have not reviewed those yet. Mary Rogers did give me a copy of, I think there was 8 articles that she wanted me to review. But before I do that, I want to make sure that the funds are there to be able to do what you want.
Okay,
There is some possibility that some of these articles could be impacted, but we'll know soon.
okay. Are there any questions from the board? Helen?
Yeah, what you just said, I thought that money comes from the state and it's like, not encumbered, but it's something which can only be spent for CPC projects as approved by the committee. What do you mean it might be impacted? How can that happen? I thought it was like this separate sacrosanct amount that comes in.
I'm just going to explain just in kind of like a nutshell how the CPC works. This is how it should be working. You should have a history of what the town has built on the tax rolls, an estimate of what you believe you're going to receive from the state. You add those two together and those are called your estimated receipts, town receipts and the match from the state. Then you take that sum and you divide it up between the open space, the store, between all the categories. So that is how it works.
Got
Now,
it. It's matching. That's the part I forgot.
Yeah, it's not really matching because the portion from the state could be anywhere from 25% in an okay year to a booming year at the Registry of Deeds, because that's where we get the funds from. So, 1 year you could estimate you're going to get $100,000 and, we got almost 350 last year. So now we're going to have excess money. So we have excess revenue that we didn't divvy up. And that was one of the questions from the committee was, once we receive those funds from the state, does it automatically get divvied up? And the answer is no, you divvied it up at town meeting as an estimate. So at the end of this fiscal, when we finally wrap this all up, we'll know what that number is, the difference between what we estimated and what we actually received. And then you can divvy that part up if you so choose. But yes, there's the match from the state.
Thank you.
Okay, any others at this point? Okay, so seeing none, moving on to item 4B, the 2023 or fiscal year 2023 financial forecast.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm going to tell Lisa and Mary they should run.
Yeah,
You're welcome. You're welcome to stay, but they've given far too much already today. So,
Have a
thank
good
you.
evening.
Thank you, Mary and Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. I'll try to be relatively efficient with this item so we can move on. I attached a cover memo to draft, what I call draft number 2 of the financial forecast. It's dated 2/2/22. And I've made a few changes in the formatting from the initial document that you received a few weeks ago. And I just want to highlight them, and so if you're on the first page of that spreadsheet where it says estimated receipts, section B is item number 1 is state aid, and you'll see a substantive change in state aid. And state aid, because of Chapter 70 educational aid, increased by $74,000. So that's in the governor's proposed budget. It still has to be approved by the legislature, but just that's a significant change. And it's really good news for Wellfleet. So I wanted to highlight that. And then if you go down to the second area that I wanted to talk to about, also page 1, section B, estimated receipts. And if you take a look at the miscellaneous town receipts, you'll see I've made some significant changes if you compare that to the document that I gave you a few weeks ago. And what I really did is I reduced your estimated receipts. If you remember, when we set the tax rate, we had to use every penny in the cupboard to finance the budget for the current fiscal year. And it's not the most advantageous position to be in. So for now, and this will be, it's really going to be your decision as the elected officials, I've decreased the estimated receipts in FY23, the year that we're working on, by 10%. And then in FY24, I decreased it by another 5%. And I'm just trying to get back to a better practice where you're really only using 80 or 85% of your estimated receipts to fund your budget. And that's really sort of a best management practice in municipal finance. Now, whether you want to get to that place this quickly is a fair conversation to have as we go through the winter. But I did that in this forecast. And this is a good thing to do, because if you collect more money than you spend, it ends up in free cash and also helps your cash flow. So anyway, that's a substantive change that I mentioned. And then I'm going to go to the page 2 of this spreadsheet document that you have. And I think that the most critical thing that we need to deal with is in page 2, section B, item number 1. It's called miscellaneous raise and appropriate warrant articles. And I've taken the warrant that I've drafted for you, and I've, made some assumptions about how we're going to finance things. And right now, if you add up all of the raise and appropriate items in that warrant, it's $1,359,700. So, it's obviously way too high, in my opinion. But the only way you can fund those articles is to get authorization from the town for some type of an exclusion from Proposition 2.5. You've had a habit of, in the last few years, borrowing for all of these items for 5 years. It's really not the most advantageous kind of way to approach those items, in my opinion. And so we really need to reestablish a funding base for capital articles, because you're going to have them every year. It's just, you got to replace a truck, you got to paint a building, you got to repair a leak in the roof. So that's the next thing as we go through this winter and looking at this warrant is to try to pare down that those raise and appropriate articles to really what are the priorities for the upcoming spring town meeting. So I mentioned in my memo about CPA, that's a work in process. Lisa will get to the end, we'll figure that out. And hopefully we can fund all of these nice, important things that are on the warrant, but give us some time on that particular matter. But when you get to the bottom of that second page, where it says 3 projected surplus or deficit with the plan that I put together, you can see that I'm showing a deficit of $851,000 in the operating budget and $1,359,700 in what I call the capital budget deficit. So those are that's $2.2 million. And obviously there are things that the Finance Committee and the Select Board can do to maybe mitigate some of these costs by delaying or eliminating. That's what you'll talk about. But we need to cure those 2 problems before we can go to your annual town meeting. So if you go to page 3, this is kind of the new section that I've added. And this I think will help your decision-making process as we go through the winter. And I just said, okay, if you look at page number 3, section A, it's highlighted in yellow and it says estimated FY23 property tax levy and rate. And what I did is I said, okay, if we approve the town budget and as submitted without any overrides, no operating override, no capital override, what would happen to the tax rate? And then you can see it would go up by 3%. And then I put a $138.32 would be the cost to a taxpayer for the, home of that's valued $618,750. So that's how you're going to have to look at this tool.
I'm
Now
sorry,
that's,
where is that?
oh, it's on the, you're on page 3, the third page of that spreadsheet.
Yep.
And it says section A, it's highlighted in yellow.
Yeah, okay.
Estimate, yep. So if you follow across, you'll see 3% projected increase.
Yes. Oh, okay.
That would be the tax rate increase if you don't seek a voter approval for an override. So that's the base. Now then section B is what I did is I listed all of what I consider overrides that are sort of, you're going to have to debate and discuss all winter. And there's 6 of those. There's the 2 police officers, the 2 firefighter, paramedics, what I call the town school general override. That's that same number, $851,000. And then right now I show it as item number 4 is the capital improvement fund override. I show the number of the 1,359,700 because that's what we have on the table right now. And then, of course, the fire chief is looking to replace a fire engine. That would be a debt exclusion. And then, of course, the school department needs to replace or install a fire suppression system, another debt exclusion. So, that's how this tool will work. You'll get to see the impact of your decisions. And if you moderate them, I'll modify this spreadsheet to reflect, but you can see what each one of those overrides, or the public can see what the impact on a home of that's worth $619,000. And then we do have this section C is small in its total. I think its total is only like $88,000, but we do have several departments that are seeking additional funding supports in their budgets. And, some of them are really small, but I listed them individually. And you can see the impact going along. So this document would just be a tool for you all winter long to make decisions on what, how you want to treat the budget and the warrant articles. And I'll update it for every select board meeting.
I would say that the practice of constantly borrowing for what's essentially annual capital improvements overall increases the overall cost borne by the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Because you're paying for the interest on top of the principal. There are definitely, large capital requests or capital items, and those make a lot of sense to finance.
Yeah.
So that's like the school fire suppression system. But if it's a bunch of, smaller projects that add up to be ultimately a fairly significant amount of money, paying interest on top of borrowing costs or on top of the base cost just increases the overall cost essentially borne by the taxpayer.
And I'm sorry, Ryan, if I could interrupt before others ask. And what I'm suggesting to you in terms of the capital expense side of your operation is something we did sort of with Nauset many years ago. Is we created I'm saying you should ask the voters for a capital exclusion, and these monies couldn't be used for anything else other than replacing your fleet and maintaining your facilities. So would have to, if you were interested in that approach, would have to figure out what the right number is, averaging it over time. And then, you know, some years if you only spend, let's say you pick 750,000, if you only spent $600,000, that 150 would stay in the fund, and maybe that's when you buy a front end loader. You know, you develop a more robust capital plan that you manage effectively. But the most important thing is the discipline of not using capital money for operating costs, because that's what you did.
Yep. Okay. Helen?
Yeah, Charlie, you anticipated a version of my question. May we please know more about that and look at it at our next meeting where we're discussing this kind of thing? Because when I look at B, the list of property tax overrides, I agree with what Ryan said, or at least my attention is always on how is this going to raise our taxes? And there are a lot of people in this town that don't need their taxes raised any more than they already have been. And I know that we're legally required, and this has been explained to us carefully by Chief Polly more than once, we have to get the fire suppression system in. We have to do that. But Charlie, off the top of your head, what capital improvement things do you see as being essential now?
Yeah, I think, you know, the answer is I can't answer that question now. Now that I've gotten this done and gotten the warrant drafted, now I can spend, well, frankly, I've got to spend some time on collective bargaining, but now I can spend some time working with the department heads to say, hey, is that critically important? Can we maybe deal with this matter and deal with that matter next year? So I do need to work with the department heads to say, to prioritize those requests for you.
Ryan, may I say, I respect that we've been putting things off that the departments need for already a couple of years, but we're still in this situation. It's getting better, but we're still in it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would just say that we should hold off discussing individual capital items until we review them as part of our warrant review for the sake of time. But Mike? Mike?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the capital improvement fund. Hello?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the capital improvement fund override as well. And the number 1.359 1.359 million. Is that a number that was arrived at because of an anticipated capital improvement expenditures, or is it?
I took the warrant as drafted and totaled up everything that would have to be a raise and appropriate.
Okay, all right. So that's all of our capital fund overrides that are planned for this warrant.
Yeah, and I think,
Okay.
you know, that's everything on there. And so I just, so, you know, not to be disrespectful to department heads, because I think many of them have waited, you know, been really respectful and wonderful, but I just said, okay, anything, whatever we think we need, let's put on here. But it needs a little more discipline to review it.
Okay, and so when we do a fund override like that, basically that's a permanent increase in taxes, but it's not as dramatic as doing a debt exclusion where there's that set limit of time. So it's paid off within a certain amount of time. It's sort of a permanent increase.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. But
So-
you know, the way I look at it, your operating budget and these capital items are in their annual costs that are in some shape or form going to continue to be facing the community. And the other thing too is, let's face it, interest rates appeared to be on the rise. So, you know, in a way, you borrowed when interest rates were really low, so it wasn't the worst decision in the world. But I do think that's going to change.
Yeah, I think it's important to, sorry, just dropped my microphone here. I think it's important to do this as a debt exclusion. I mean, as a 2.5 override, because I think it actually reduces the amount of tax paid in the short term. So even though will be an override will raise taxes permanently, be at a lower number overall in that short period of time. So instead of the short-term borrowing, which hikes the percentage up faster. So I think we've needed to do this for a while. So I appreciate you putting this together.
John?
Yeah, just a cautionary note, and on the basis of just keeping my ear to the ground. We need to be prepared for the eventuality that the voters might not approve any of that. It's obviously too early to make a responsible forecast, but from what I'm hearing around town, we are going to have quite a job presenting this to the voters in a manner that they would consider going along with this. We may be faced with other alternatives.
Yeah, and I think, Ryan, if I could, in what as difficult as that conversation is, it is real. And I do think you have to be ready with, and this, I frankly think this would be terribly painful. You've got to be ready with a plan B, as if you don't get an override, you're going to have to reduce spending. And the only place you can reduce spending is the operating budget. So.
And then the other issue with borrowing for everything is it has the potential to impact our bond rating because our total debt burden as our overall ratio is increased as well. So if we continue to borrow for everything, we actually might end up paying a higher interest rate for all of our borrowing items regardless. So it's another thing to keep in mind. All right. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, just like basically to comment that, the cost of everything has gone up, and as a town, we've been sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul and using our one-time revenues. And we've been pushing off this discussion as a town, and it's time that we have it. And as you can hear from Charlie, I mean, there's not a lot of space to cut the operating budget, and we've looked at it for years, and when you first get on the select board, you think, I can trim the fat here and there and everywhere. And then when it comes down to it, there's just not a lot of fat to trim. So we need to figure out the most fiscally responsible way to pay for the things that we need to pay for. And I think this is the road to do that, but we have to have a discussion about each individual item that's on this capital improvement plan and see what we need to do this year and how we can forecast that out.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, through you to Michael. Yes, that is what we need to do. Very sensible. But the voters may not want it to agree with John. They may look at it and say, we don't want to spend money on this, period. So whatever we plan, I am never taking for granted the town meeting is going to swallow it whole, no matter how smart we are and how careful we are. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. John?
Yeah, I just want to say, my comment isn't based on, being the new guy who thinks I can go around trimming fat. It's just what I hear around town. It's there isn't much fat to trim, I agree, but this could end up resulting in trimming back actual services. Yeah, from what I can see, and this is something we may have to be prepared to face. I just saying, I'm not saying I'm advocating this. I'm just saying this is the reality.
Yep.
This is the mood in town.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to go over tonight on the financial forecast, Charlie?
No, the only thing I would like to, just one last thing is I really need to vet this with Lisa Sauvé and I will tell you that the Cape Cod Tech and the Nauset budgets came in lower than I had included in this forecast. So, you know, because our enrollment's down, which isn't necessarily a good thing because, you know, numbers of children in the community are important. But anyway, you're going to see a substantive change when you see the next version, and it's because of that.
Okay. All right. So moving on to item 5, COVID-19 updates and recommendations.
Green is actually the update from Hillary. If you want to read it, you're more than welcome to do so.
Sure. Our cases are continuing to drop significantly. We currently have 10 active, or Wellfleet currently has 10 active cases over the previous 2-week period. We have a 14-day daily average incidence rate of 23.3, which is below the state average, and our positivity based on 148 tests taken in the previous 2 weeks is 7.43%. The vaccinations are still being offered at a number of locations on Cape Cod, and testing is also readily available. The health department has distributed well over 900 take-home test kits to the community in the past few weeks. And the health department continues to monitor the situation and keep up to date with the changing guidelines in place. I reached out to the chamber, I guess I'll ask the board if it's okay if I ask the chamber to survey their members to receive some feedback from the business community. How does the board feel on that?
What would you be asking them?
If the case counts continue to decline, eventually we'll be looking at lifting the mask mandate. I don't think we're quite there yet, personally, but we have to start planning for that eventuality. And I would like to get some feedback from the business community, which, you know, deals with it every day. You know, they're the ones that are most impacted by enforcing the mask mandate and applying it. So.
Okay.
John?
I'm with you. Since the business community essentially is the de facto enforcement mechanism for this, it seems reasonable.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And if there's some way for them to do it so that the responses are anonymous.
Yep, I've already asked that.
Yeah, that's good. And that, you know, we're all looking forward to this, but we need to hear from them, and we need to hear from them in a way in which they can fearlessly express themselves.
Yep, the chamber's already said that they're willing to do it.
Thank you.
So, and that it would be anonymous. I requested it be anonymous.
And, you know, to give us the numbers, you know,
Yep.
X number responded. Thank you.
John, do you still have your hand up?
Yeah, I just through you to Rebecca, I wondered if it was be possible for her to email this update to me.
Sure, no problem. I'll forward it to you as the meeting's over.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other COVID-19 updates at this time? Okay, so seeing none, onto public hearings. Item 6A, application received to transfer the annual liquor license number 00008 HY 1348 from Chap and Wags Incorporate, does business as Wagner at Duck Creek, to Jaunty Signet, does business as the Swan. Are there any comments on this transfer?
Well, I don't have my hand up. I guess I just want to know whether it's just a transfer of the license, or is it have they sold the business so that the new people are the owners, or are they just managing the business?
Is the applicant on the,
They were.
Yep, I'm just going down the list to see if I can meet them. Give me one sec.
yeah. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. It does say on their application that they are purchasing it. Okay. So never mind.
okay. So John O'Toole,
Yeah, we're the ones who are buying it from the Wagners.
Okay, thank you.
okay. So I move to transfer the annual liquor license, number 0008 HY1348 from Chapin Wags Incorporated, does business as the Wagner at Duck Creek, to John T. Signet, does business as the Swan.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Well, welcome town. Good luck. So on to our number 7, item A. This is actually to approve the amended contract for the Coles Neck.
Mhm.
So I know that Jim's on here somewhere. Where is he? Okay, found him. And so the motion would be to so I'll make the motion while we wait to see if Jim joins.
He's here and unmuted.
Okay, so Jim, why don't you go ahead then?
So the contract that's in front of you is with Environmental Partners, and this is for the final section of the work for the water main, the new water main, and it is for construction administration and the supplemental insurance engineering services. And the total cost on that is $314,950. This is within the estimates that we received back in January of 2000. And it was, the contract was actually prepared by Copeland and Page. And they reviewed this and they're given their approval to proceed on this. And I would just add to that once we finish with this, with the and which includes closeout on the project, which would be assumed would happen next fall, that the balance that was remaining in the Mass Works grant would be about $65,000 that has yet to be spent. There are incidental costs that we need to consider at the Coles Neck well field. So that would help with that. So I'm pleased that we're able to do this using the Mass Works grant, and it does not appear that it will require any town contribution.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to make a motion, and then if anybody would like to discuss it, they can. So I move to approve the Coles Neck water main contract with Environmental Partners as printed in the select board packet.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Oh, Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for sticking it out with us tonight, Jim.
Yeah.
That was very interesting. Thank you.
You're very charitable.
Okay, so on to item C, the Historical Commission and their proposed design guidelines. So Gordon Kahn and Merrill, if she's on, Yep, she's on. So Merrill Mead Fox.
I'm here.
I'm here as well.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to say, we came before you several months ago with a draft of the advisory guidelines. And our intention in writing the guidelines is to just really be clear. Personally, I'm a house owner, I'm an architect, I'm a commissioner on this commission and several others also. And having sort of written advice as to what a committee might be looking for is nothing but helpful on all three sides of that coin. So we came to you and heard what you had to say. And what we've done is we've made it very clear on the revised guidelines that they're purely advisory. And we've made sure that they allow for kind of the wonderful funkiness that is part of Wellfleet's architecture. For example, some neighboring towns require that if you add a dormer on your roof, you have to put a window directly below that, and they must be on center with each other. We don't say anything like that. We're not trying to get everybody to have every house that looks the same. We just sort of wanted to let the public know what we were looking for. And again, it's based on the guidelines prepared by the Department of the Interior, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, various other people. So I think you'll see that we've lightened them up. We've made it clear that it's purely advisory. We've lightened up the window section. And we really come before you tonight to answer any questions. And we ask for your support before we adopt the guidelines and make them public.
Okay. So I'll just have, I have two. One is that I'm always uncomfortable when the Provincetown's historical commission is referenced. It's sometimes problematic in Provincetown to get anything done because of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's fine. That's just my opinion. It doesn't really, yeah. The one of them is actually solar. So my aunt and uncle in another town that has a historical commission have been trying for a year to get solar panels installed on their house. And they can't because the historical commission has basically, it's not, their house isn't really historical either. It's just within the historical district. And they haven't been able to get them installed because of the historical commission has kind of frustrated the installation entirely, even though it's a ranch. They have a ranch.
Right, Ryan, we have never denied somebody the installation of solar panels. And all that we ask is that when you put them on your roof, if there's a fascia board that's historic or a rake board that's next to it, don't wreck those things when you do it. Just try to keep as much of the historic structure intact as possible. And we recognize the importance of installing solar panels. There are some times where personally, I've had to look way in the other direction when these applications come before us, because I know it's to the greater good to have the solar panels installed.
Okay. Are there any other comments by the members of the board?
Yep.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, these are guidelines. And they're useful because they give new members and also people on the historical commission a kind of framework to coalesce around.
Yes.
So that everybody isn't coming in and inventing the wheel. If these weren't guidelines, I would be saying something different. And you're right, Ryan. But I'm bet anything that the town where that's a problem has something stricter than these guidelines. And I just abhor that kind of thing. I live in a very old house and I've really thought about it. Thank you.
Yep. And I would just say it is really important to any applicants before the board to have some, written idea of what you're looking for. so.
It helps everyone. It helps applicants. It helps commissioners be less arbitrary because we sort of have a general guideline. And it helps an architect or any design professional who's also coming before us.
Okay, so with that, I guess, so I move to support the historical commission's design guidelines, is that correct? Or
That's correct.
Yes.
proposed design guidelines.
Helen second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Down I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I. Where's Mike?
He's muted.
Michael, I.
So, all right. Motion carries 5-0. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you, select people.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
So on to business, item B, letters regarding town meeting articles. These are home rule petitions to be signed by the select board, provided by town council. I have a question just in general before we get into these individual letters. Charlie, what's the normal timeline for home rule petitions?
Well, we apologize. This should have been done earlier, but we just lost track of it. And I think that this is going to take a while. We need to check with our legislators to see when they can file this and whether we can still even get a hearing for this year. So I think, this delay may have some serious impacts on the scheduling of these matters.
Okay.
So we need to check.
So with that, if we would like to provide them to legislatures again, would we have to include them in this year's annual town meeting warrant?
No, I don't think so. I think these previous votes are still fine. I think they're good for 2 years.
Okay, yeah, because they have the 2-year cycle.
Yeah.
For sessions. I don't know where they are in the session though. Helen?
May we be absolutely sure about that? May we ask the town administrator, or he can delegate it to whoever, to confirm that for sure? Thank you.
Okay. So is there any discussion on the individual letters?
Uh,
No.
Helen?
I have no discussion, but I think just to facilitate getting things like this sent off, if any of us want to have the signature done with a stamp, why don't we tell Rebecca Eldridge that right now? I'll go in and sign it myself, but can we just give the direction for that at the meeting so it doesn't have another time delay? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, or Charlie, is it possible that it could just be the chair signs these?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I don't know. I sort of want to sign it. I feel.
you want
like-
to sign it?
You can
Okay.
just have it stamped. Yeah.
So how many people want to be stamped?
I mean, I can go in or Rebecca can stamp it. It's not a.
Yeah, either way, whatever you guys decide, I'm fine with, just
You
as
know,
long
if-
as they get out.
I can sign it. I'm going in tomorrow to sign a warrant anyway.
Okay, I'm going to go in and sign it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if you, if, we'll just do a deadline. So it's Tuesday night. If you haven't done it by Thursday, automatically Rebecca will use the stamp.
That sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the select, the school,
You're breaking up, Rebecca.
Yep.
sorry. I'm gonna have the Nauset school budgets in your office so that you can add it to your budget book.
Okay. So I move to approve the letters written by town council for the town meeting or the 2021 town meeting home rule petitions to be signed and sent to the state representatives.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Media services update, including media room upgrades. JP Ludwig, sorry. I can see you on here. So why don't you walk the board through what some of these upgrades are? You don't have to get super technical, but in general terms.
Okay, so did everyone get a chance to see the evaluation I wrote regarding
Yes.
this? All right, so I won't linger on a lot of things. I can tell you that I've done this kind of work for many years now. I used to run Lower Cape TV. I'm currently running 3 other, well, including your town, 4 towns altogether. They're government channels. You all can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Just checking. And so as I broke it down in that operation thing, there are 3 things that we mainly do. It's master control playback, and that's the stuff that, you know, puts out over TV and places the content on cable channel 18. But it also is the production and recording with the equipment that's located at the senior center, and it also is managing the content online and fusing all those things together in one place. So the idea is with this upgrade, and that's mainly probably what I'm going to talk about tonight, and I'm more interested in your questions about it because, you know, I could probably get down in the weeds with a lot of this. I don't think you all really care. I think you just want it all to work. What we're doing is I've talked to a company that I do a lot of business with. They're on the state. It was called, I call it the no bid list, but I've told that's not the accurate thing to call it. But and I've already met with them. We've already evaluated the entire system technically, the best way to manage it in the future, upgrades to the equipment so it's all state of the art. And I can tell you that I've worked with this company for years, and I have a really good relationship with them. And it's really, you know, they're the vendor I choose to do this. The other thing that's not in this document, and I'll just mention it, that this upgrade is going to cost about $70,000. I thought it would be more, but because of, we're going to take some of the equipment that is there on site in Wellfleet, we're going to use some of that equipment to add on to it. Like the cameras, for instance, are all going to be good. What we're mainly upgrading is the production software, the production equipment, the playback software, the media availability on the web. We're going to update the streaming capabilities. Right now, you know, in these 3 other towns I use, we have an app that it's not even, you know, we're running everything on cable, but at the same time, you can download this app on your phone or even on your smart TV. You don't necessarily have to have cable. You have to have a cable connection or a good internet connection. But we have an app that all these meetings can be accessed by just, you know, touch of a button. And that's something else that would be added in all this. So what I'm trying to do with this, and a good way for you all to really, if you want to really see how it works, would be to go to any of those towns that I'm currently working in, which is Yarmouth, Brewster, and Truro. And, you know, just take a look at you go to their link on channel 18, and you will see that that's what I'm going to set up for Wellfleet. It's going to be something similar to that. And I kind of use the same formula in all the towns in how I set this all up. So it's like, it's a basic thing across all these different platforms. They're managed, you know, a lot of this stuff I manage remotely. I have, just so you know, I have 3 other people that work with me. They're on my team: Gabriel Morton, Suzanne Bryan, and Ben Collins. And Charlie knows 2 of these people, Ben and I'm sorry, Charlie knows Suzanne and Gabriel now for many years. So they'll be working with me on this. And this is another reason it's by scale, you know, and also by the ability to remotely access this stuff. A lot of the work we do, for instance, a lot of the work I've been doing
for use so far, which has not been a lot because everything's on YouTube. A lot of what I've been doing is downloading stuff from YouTube so I can play it on your channel. Your channel's been, it was, you know, before I forget, I want to thank Mia Baumgarten for meeting with me and making for a good transition into me managing the media operations. I want to thank her. I think she did a wonderful job when she was here. I think it was probably pretty difficult because the systems I've looked at are kind of antiquated. They're, you know, I think they were kind of slapped together over time. And what we're talking about doing is just like having everything like in one level. So this is, part of this is consolidating everything into one place. Right now, you were recording meetings at COA when we were still doing in-person meetings, and your playback system and master control was at the library. So one of the things I want to do, and you know, the town this is, you know, we could certainly do this, but I want to consolidate that all at the COA and that control room at the COA that's behind that area where you all meet. We could put all this stuff in there. But in the meantime, I've been trying to talk to Comcast, which is not an easy thing. I used to work for Comcast, by the way, I might add. I used to run the Lower Cape TV facility in Orleans for many years. But, you know, I've been trying to get in touch with them about moving the thing that, and it's called, called a drop, trying to move that over to the COA so it's all in one place, because you have Open Cape at the COA and you have Open Cape at the library, but for some reason the system at the library is not on Open Cape. So that's where I start getting into the weeds, but I want to consolidate all this stuff so it's in one place and the internet speeds are really fast. And I also want to make it so it's not just about cable anymore. It's like having a really sophisticated online capability and in a timely fashion. So like you record a meeting and it's up on your website immediately. And it's actually this new equipment. It's a system that I've been using for years. It's called Tightrope Media Systems. And I use it in all the towns I'm working in. A lot of other towns on Cape have it. And it's really exceptional for managing, in particular, government media. It's used for a lot of other things too, for playback and everything, but production-wise and just archive-wise and everything else, it's just a really good system to use. Also, it's going to be secure because what we do, we have a server that lives wherever master control is, and that server, instead of having the outside public go straight to your server to watch these meetings, we're using a service much like your Earth channel you used to use, although Earth channel's kind of expensive, and this, you know, this is like a $2,200 subscription service every year. But it's about, you know, Earth channel, I think was around, I think it was for HD, it was around $8,000. That's why we quit them in Brewster. So anyway, this is what's great about this security wise is all these things are in a cloud on servers. And when people go to your website, they aren't really on your site. They're accessing all your material, the public is, in the cloud on a reflection of what's on your server. So they aren't even in your system to watch these things. Also, that is where the app originates. So everything goes across all systems at once. That's where the live signal and live stream originates. So it's on all places at once. And that made me think of something else. I'll probably come back to it, but mainly I'm here to answer your questions. I mean, I can get as deep as you want in any of this stuff, but I think the main thing I want to get across to you is I've been doing this for a long time. I've worked with Charlie on a regular basis for many years, and I even knew him before I started working for the town of Brewster. And so I'm mainly interested in your questions, if, you know, what you would like to know about this.
Okay.
From the board.
Yes, my question goes to the move towards doing hybrid board meetings.
Oh.
And is this being geared toward that? And when can we expect to be able to do that? The reason I bring this up is I think there's some urgency to it. We've tackled an issue at our last meeting that I think there are a lot of people who are not comfortable doing Zoom meetings, and therefore they weren't heard.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the other thing I meant to touch on that I didn't have in this report. That amount of money I talked about before for upgrading your system includes the hybrid system for that purpose. So for instance, and we're using this in the other towns I work in already. Although the only town that's meeting in person right now is Yarmouth. The rest of them are still all virtual. But what it entails is, and people thought, for a long time, people thought, oh, this is, you just like go on the internet and, you sign in and do a conference call or whatever. No, to integrate these systems, it costs $10,000. That's the cost of it. And what it does is it integrates, you have a big, large screen in the room of the in-person meeting. And then you have the ability, and it's a webinar. I think that might be what you all are doing already, but it's a webinar. So whoever's controlling it, which would be my people or my staff or me, have the ability to give permissions and bring people on, or, if something inappropriate happens, to not even, like, it won't even be able to happen. But it also integrates the audio so that all of you, like when you're in the selectmen's room at COA and you're talking into those microphones, people hear you on their computers at home very clearly. So it's just like if they, as compared to like you're talking into a computer at your in-person meeting, which was why we had to do this. So yeah, that's part of our plan, and this will be part of the upgrade. And I think we're talking about, and I'm kind of, I was waiting for our meeting tonight. Everything's ready to go. I have a quote in hand from the company, and it includes all the things I've just mentioned. And the board, once they okay this, I can put this in motion tomorrow, and I believe we could probably have this done by the end of March or the beginning of April, because there is a waiting list.
Okay. By the way, my compliments to having Gabe Morton on there. I was in a band with him for 3 years or so. And
yeah, I remember. It's my stepson.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, that's right.
Good choice.
That's the other thing. All the people that work for me, I trust them impeccably. Most of them, Gabriel's worked for me for off and on for 5 years or so. Suzanne has worked for me for 5 years and now is the assistant manager of all my operations. Which reminds me, I wanted to also bring up, I know your town meeting's coming up, and I can produce town meeting as well. And I just want you all to know that you already have pretty much all the equipment to do it. I've looked at it. You use kind of the same system that I use in the town of Brewster. So you have the things to do it. I don't know where you're planning on having it, but if it requires an extra sound thing, like Gabriel is the one that usually does sound for me. And there's an organization called Sonic Trout that you might even know, John Wolf, Chris Blood, who he's who I use for audio when I do town meetings. Not always, sometimes the town already owns the equipment, like in Brewster, but when we did these outdoor protocol COVID meetings, we brought in extra equipment to accommodate, large groups of people spread out over a large distance. So I have a lot of, I've done many, many, many town meetings, produced them for all the towns I work in. So I'm hoping that's something else we can do for you coming up when your town meeting arrives.
Okay.
Thank you,
Charlie?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that actually I trained JP. He'd be nothing without me.
Well, I knew about video. Charlie made me wise to about government
Okay, Helen?
and how it works.
Yeah, so it isn't just the COA where people meet. And one of the things that worries me a little bit, and by the way, there are 6 different regulatory boards. The Board of Commissioners, 2 are a regulatory board.
Yeah, I
But
forgot the ZBA as well.
yeah, well, they're not a regulatory board, but
Okay.
they need to be recorded.
Yeah.
Anyway, so do I understand that as well as being able to have people that aren't actually in the room participating, and they'll be seen on some kind of largish screen by everybody in the room? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the thing that I really worry about is that audience is audible. And as you know, that's what's required legally for hybrid meetings. And how does that work? Do they have to come up to a microphone? Are they?
Well, you know, we can't, through the chair to you, we can't control, that's the one thing we can't control is what the people are using, you know, like they don't know how to unmute a microphone, or, I mean, this is something I'm seeing even in the professional world, like media professionals, that I don't know why, but for some reason, I guess because they don't have, you know, they're so elite that they don't have somebody to come and pin a mic on them, that they don't use one. So you have like contributors to mainstream network television that are speaking on crappy mics on their computers. So there's nothing we can do about that, but we can make it so that everybody's in the room is audible and you can hear them well. And then it's like, it's kind of back to what you've been, I'm sure you've all been going through this. It's kind of back to like, hey, you know, you need to mute your mic. Hey, you need to speak closer. Hey, your internet's breaking up. Like there's nothing we can do about that.
Okay. But unlike private organizations, where of course it's preferable that everybody gets to communicate well, we are legally required to have it work well. If you read the law. So wait, so I have another question, which is, if you don't mind, Ryan.
Okay.
You said, okay, there are going to be people from your organization who you said your people, your employees, maybe you, who are going to be sitting in that little side room when meetings are going on. And so their salaries are included in this package that you're proposing. Is that correct?
That's the package I'm proposing for the upgrade is the capital for the upgrade. My hourly wage and budget, which Charlie and I have talked about, is I think it was $65,000 a year.
And that would cover all your employees.
That's right.
Whoever would show up. Okay. Right. And the last concern I have, and it's sort of a big one. So we've been doing the Zooms, and one of the great things about the Zooms is that all the committees, we have a whole lot of committees, and they're really important. We have some advisory committees, and they get to be recorded. And I, for example, can look at a committee meeting after it's happened because it's been recorded on Zoom. And I'm not quite sure how that can happen with this hybrid setup.
The way it works, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm revealing my ignorance. So, sorry.
Well, the way it works, and one of the great things about this system that I'm proposing is that almost everything happens in one place. Like, you know, for instance, to go online, like once to publish something online, it's a matter of checking a box after a meeting. So this isn't like your Zoom meetings. Like we could record those if we wanted to as backup, but this system, you're actually recording while you're going live directly into the system. And then you're, by checking a box, you convert that file for the system to play on your website. And once again, I would encourage everyone to go to any of the towns I mentioned, Yarmouth, Truro, or Brewster, especially Brewster. And Brewster, as you're saying, you know, this has caused this dilemma of the pandemic has caused all kinds of meetings to be recorded that were never really recorded before. In Brewster, we're recording all of them, like everything. And so they're all on the town's website now. So everything from, the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, which is something that would never have been on there before, is now on there. But like, that's the thing. It's like, even though Zoom would be a backup, but what we're really doing is we're recording in the room, just like we would be if you didn't have Zoom. But Zoom is another aspect of source. So in other words, when you're directing one of these meetings, you have, like, say 3 cameras, then you have another source that might be your PowerPoint, and then you might have another source that's your Zoom. And so when somebody's speaking on Zoom, they can be chosen just like a camera to be put into the mix. So it's all in one, the ideal thing about this is it's all in one place. There's no, I noticed before, and I talked to Mia about this, because of the nature of the system you were using, you were recording it, and then she would have to take it somewhere and do post-production on it, which was she'd have to throw it into an editing program, put graphics on it, and then schedule it and play it over your TV channel, and then put it on Earth Channel as well. You're no longer using Earth Channel, which I think is good. Your subscription probably ran out, and I think she told me that she was moving away from that and going to YouTube. I do want to mention with YouTube, it's great for what we've been going through right now, but even though you own the copyrights to your material that you record, that you produce and you publish, if it sits on YouTube, the content is theirs. So if someday, and this has happened, by the way, in government, if someday someone comes in and like says something really untrue, and it's already happened, like it happened at a school committee meeting, I think it was in Pennsylvania or something, and somebody reported it to YouTube, there was false information about the virus, and they got shut down and the meeting got pulled by YouTube, by an algorithm. So this system I'm talking about that you will have, you have complete control over it. It's your content, it's your system. And if you want to back it up, we can do that. We can back it up on YouTube if you want, but I think in the long run, you want it all in-house. And that's what this is about, is having it all in-house. And also now we're saving that post-production thing that I was talking about that Mia was having to do, because when we record the meeting, the graphics are on it, it's put on the web, everything happens at the same time.
Okay, so Helen, if you have additional technical questions, I'd ask for you to follow up later.
We don't want to know about closed captioning, which is why we used YouTube.
I would say follow up. A lot of these platforms, you can auto-generate closed captioning, but YouTube does do that fairly well.
That would be, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
That would be my only reason for still putting it on YouTube, because actually these systems that I'm talking about, they also can provide closed captioning, but I think, and I don't have the price list in front of me right now, but I think they charge too much for it. And, it's like they charge by the number of hours. And from my experience of these meetings, you could use up a number of hours very quickly. And, you've already spent like $500.
Okay.
So my inclination, your time probably would be better spent for the closed captioning, because if you're thinking about it, like, I don't know how many people are using that. I think it's a great thing to have, but, it would be easier to just upload it to YouTube. And if people want to look at it for closed captioning, then they have the option. I think the price is going to come down for that. And this Tightrope's got their own price for it. I think the price will come down, but I'm kind of waiting them out in other towns as well.
Okay, so I would say that our policies now require that all boards and committee meetings be recorded, regardless if they're regulatory or not regulatory. So, every meeting by a public body within the town of Wellfleet has to be recorded. I would say that also that you could probably go ahead and plan on producing the town meeting. We're not really sure what that's going to look like yet for this town meeting. But you know, we've been recording them for a long time, and it is really important to have that continue. There's also I personally like having stuff uploaded into YouTube. It's really accessible to people. And then these upgrades would also provide an opportunity for enhanced programming at the COA as well. But those are my comments right now. But Mike, 1 second.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep.
I just had a question about, we did make it a policy to record all the board and committee meetings. But obviously we're not going to be able to, well, I guess not obviously, but I'm assuming we're not going to be able to have all of those be hybrid meetings due to the constraints of time and multiple meetings in the same place and access to the equipment. I think do we have the funding and the resources to make sure that all of our boards and committees can be recorded when they go back to in person?
So
I can address that.
Yep.
My inclination would be that, you know, as I said in my evaluation, that, you know, I would concentrate my thing on being like zoning board of appeals, the planning board, the select board, you know, some of the main ones that almost everybody starts out with. And for all the others, whoever is doing them now, they could continue to do them. And, you know, I can just like, and actually I've been snagging them. I've been snagging like I've been putting all kinds of things on the channel of boards because I've been downloading them from YouTube. So, you know, you're Zooming them, but I'm downloading them from YouTube and then putting them on your TV channel. So I guess my point is you could still have staff, you know, administrative assistants and such, record those meetings and make those available. And somebody can either just notify me or I'll go look. And you know, we can get them into your media services. They can be put on the same system. The only thing I wonder about is that, you know, with a $65,000 a year budget, I should concentrate on certain things the town is really adamant about or prioritizes. And some of these other meetings that, you know, I think it's important for them to be recorded as well. And like I said, in every other town I've worked in, we all upped our game a whole bunch and recorded a whole bunch more meetings. In a lot of cases, well, in Brewster, it's been all of us. It's like, you know, it hasn't really been town staff doing it, it's been us doing it. But, you know, right now you have town staff that seems to be pretty well trained at doing this. And so we could continue on like that. I would like to know or have some guidance as to, you know, what you feel would be important to put on the channel, because, you know, there's only so much time. And so if we're recording all those meetings, I think it's important they could be on the web, but at the same time, what we're going to play on the channel, I think should be prioritized.
I'm just wondering, like, because right now we have everything's on Zoom, so we're able to have some boards and committees like the trust, like the Affordable Housing Trust, which I serve on also. They just recorded on the chair records it. So I'm just wondering about the technical prowess of people who are running some of these smaller boards to be able to do this with whatever equipment they need to and upload it when we go back to an in-person situation. We didn't require every board and committee to record their meetings until recently, And I'm concerned that, you know, we're going to get to a point where we go back to in person and we have a policy to record everything on video recording, not just audio, and not have the equipment available or the personnel, or at least the training for people who are in these committees. So we have quite a few in Wellfleet. I don't know what I think 40 something committees or something like that. So it's a lot, and a lot of them meet the same nights, different times. And I just want to make sure that if we have a policy that we can facilitate the chairs of these smaller boards to be able to not be in violation of that policy. So, and that's, I guess, a question for the select board too, once we, you know, find out what our capacity is, whether we need to relook at that and see if some of these can be audio recorded or something like that. If we don't have that set up soon enough.
Okay. So at this point, I'd like to make a motion. So I move to approve the proposed scope of work provided by JP Ludwig in relation to the town media operations and media room upgrades.
Second.
Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please?
I'm not sure how I want to vote.
Me,
Do we have doesn't this have to go before town meeting? And didn't we just get through talking about not having any money?
No,
This is a
Charlie.
cable money.
Yep,
Okay,
Charlie.
it all comes from the cable
Yeah.
fund? Okay,
And you have sizable reserves there, and it can only be used for these purposes.
okay, thank you.
Yep, it's not available for the general budget.
Okay,
somebody seconded.
Yeah, I did.
Second,
yep, so Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Brian, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. So thank you. We are
Thank
on,
you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I said hi.
we
I'll
are
do
on to the town lawn with Jay Norton. So
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have anything nearly as exciting as what JP just presented, but basically in a nutshell, we included an irrigation line item in our capital budget for the town hall lawn. And that kind of morphed into a conversation about upgrading other elements of the lawn. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to really engage the board and, you know, get some direction of where they want to head with this before I scope this out. Obviously, you know, I want to be fiscally responsible with this at the moment and not go too overboard. I know Mike had mentioned the benches, you know, needing to be replaced. So I just wanted to bring up those items. And Rebecca, if I could share my screen, I've got a kind of like a wide angle photo of the town hall lawn that we can look at while we're discussing this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Can you guys all see that?
Yep.
So basically, what our original proposal was going to be is to install irrigation. You know, we always overseed and aerate this lawn. It's just been really hard to keep up with without any irrigation. So that was the first proposal. And then we discussed these benches here and the slabs that they're sitting on. You know, they're not symmetrical. They kind of look a little funky. The benches themselves, I mean, they've lasted, I think they've been in there for about 6 years now. And, you know, they still look in good condition because they're more of an engineered wood than just straight natural wood. So they withstand the elements and any type of damage that would ensue. So the other thing too is, the brick walkway needs some TLC. It could be reset, it could be replaced with another type of material, but those are the types of questions I wanted to relay to the board and see, what their intentions were here.
Okay. Ellen?
Yes, let's keep it simple and let's have it be as plain as it is, and by all means irrigate it so the grass flourishes. And if you need to reset those bricks, they look nice. And, I have a lot of thoughts about synthetic wood, but these don't look so badly to me. And I've always liked that slight elevation away from that very simple and easy to use sidewalk. The step down into Main Street, if you want to cross there, is more precarious for people who are a little unsteady on their feet. That's a lot of our population. I've been there. But I have to say that we have a number of things already on our town hall lawn. The big trees are getting taken care of. We have our donated elm, we have our cannon, we have our flagpole, which is invisible. And let's just keep it plain and open and maintain the grass so that it looks good and is healthy and can be sat on by people. And keep it simple there, not get all done up, please. That's how I feel about it. And also not spend more money than we have to right now. Thank you.
Okay. Janet?
I believe that the benches are made of recycled plastic. You know that, Jay? So they're not just reconstituted wood, but they're actually recycled plastic.
Yeah. Yep.
That's one of the, they're obviously weatherproof, but that's also very, very good for the environment. I agree with Helen in that keeping it simple, because people love to walk around and play, and we've got book fairs and stuff like that. But yeah, I would just start with irrigating it and watering the grass, and that may make everything look much better.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
So I'm not really a fan of the benches, but I'd prefer to delay delay a replacement of them for this year. I wouldn't replace the brick. I would reset it. I do have a question if it will have to be brought up to ADA compliance. So
It
the
is.
brick walkway. No, it's not.
Not wide enough.
It's not wide enough, and I don't believe the slope near Main Street is correct.
No, it's too steep at the beginning.
Yep. So, Mike?
Yeah, well, I have a problem with these benches, I think contextually, and just how they, well, originally these benches were because the P&B bus stop, or maybe it was the other shuttle bus, whatever it's called, the Breeze or something, stopped there, and they were required to have these benches at the bus stop. That's no longer the bus stop. And those benches were manufactured to be uncomfortable and to prevent people from loitering. They're really not the type of bench that I would put in our sort of, I guess I would consider our town hall lawn sort of a park in our town. And, if you look at, the way they sit and the way that they were sort of plugged in there haphazardly, I don't think it really, suits the town. And we had a nice oak tree and two nice long wooden benches that were there for years and years and years. And you can only fit about 3 people on those benches comfortably, and that's always been a place where people have congregated and hung out. And ever since they installed those benches, people go and sit there for a few minutes and they're out of there. And they're uncomfortable benches, and I'd like to see those replaced at some point. And I, you know, it's really the only thing that bothers me about the lawn is, you know, when they put those benches in and that they're still there. And this sort of haphazard slabs and the way the sidewalks weaved around. I think, you know, a minor refurbishment and sort of a price on what it would take to do that, I'd like to see, as you know.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I just think, you know, I tend to agree with you, Ryan, that, you know, let's just concentrate on the lawn and maybe reset the bricks. But these other items, you know, given that we're facing a budget crunch, it just seems to me these, you know, while desirable, they could be put off.
Yeah. And so the other thing is if you install an irrigation system, you can't go back after the fact and change the grade, because that would involve pulling out the irrigation system as well, for that section. I don't know. I would like to see the benches replaced with, you know, longer benches that are like there used to be, and then, you know, the walkway reset. You know, it might be wise to kind of make the slope a little bit more gradual in that section as well. You know, you definitely do not want to impact the trees, but you know, so that's just my thinking. But Mike?
Oh yeah, my hand's still up. Yeah, that's the reason why I brought up the benches at this time, because if we're going to do any irrigation and lay the irrigation line, then any grading that would have to take place to do that would be interfered with later. So it seemed to be a good idea to take care of it at once. Now, if the cost is astronomical, I could understand, you know, irrigation's not that expensive to reset in the future. So I could understand holding off on this, you know, as far as the benches go, but it does kind of seem to make sense to do it at one time and kind of get the lawn looking nice if we're going to irrigate it, and take care of this awkward situation that was a result of, you know, putting the pavement around a maple tree that's not there anymore. I mean, it's pretty awkward. It's pretty, it doesn't look like it used to look. And it kind of, I don't think it looks good. And I don't think the benches are good. So I think it makes sense to do it at once, but you know, if we're running into fiscal problems, maybe it makes sense to irrigate and just spend more money in the future repairing it then. But is that an old picture of the town? No,
Yeah, I
that's-
just pull that up so you guys can see what it looked like when that tree
When the-
was there.
Right.
Yep.
I just think if we're gonna regrade, if we're gonna put irrigation, we should get the grade right. And then if we're gonna, you know, do that, then we might as well replace the benches with nice benches.
Okay. The one thing that isn't an aesthetic thing here is we need to have it irrigated for upkeep purposes. And so we don't keep spending money on DPW personnel having to set sprinklers and wasting town water and God only knows what else. And I have never found the grade unpleasant to walk on. And again, I'm not sure, you know, I know that one other person has had a hip operation, but I was really between my foot and my hip. I was pretty crippled for years. Thank God, not permanently. Thank God, not disabled permanently. I'm not comparing myself to people who are, but I really knew what it was like to walk with pain and with difficulty and lack of balance. And I never had a problem with any of the walks in this front lawn or any of the grades. And in fact, found them gentle, good to look at. So that's an aesthetic thing. And the benches, yeah, they're not as comfortable as those wood benches, but hey, they don't look ugly to me. They look like simple pieces of engineering. And I've sat in them for long periods of time. So Maybe it's just, I've got a bigger butt, you know what I mean? More cushion, but I haven't found a problem with them. And I just think we should put the irrigation system in and keep going. And as Mike said, if we want to do something fancier later, we can just pull the irrigation system. I, know people who've done that. And let's just get it irrigated for this summer though, for God's sake. Thank you.
It doesn't really seem prudent to install an irrigation system if you're gonna pull it out the following year.
Well,
You
we
would
might
ha-
not pull it out the following year. We might see that it's just fine without doing that and do it in 10 years or whatever.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, but
Could we get just a quote on what it would take to do, to replace the benches? So we know what we're looking at, some idea
Sure.
of the cost to do that, to replace the
Yep.
benches and maybe, I don't think it will be incredibly high. And I think it'd be worth it if we're gonna install irrigation and go the 9 yards here to make the town hall lawn look nice. I'd like to, I'd like the whole thing to look good, so.
Janet,
Okay, last one. So what you guys don't like the benches? They're recycled. It's a waste to take. To me, they're functional benches and like throw them away, or who wants them? And then get more like, what do you want there instead of those two benches? What are the alternatives?
something like what used to be there. I think there were 8-foot benches or something like that.
Yeah, they were wooden. They
Yeah.
were maintainable. They
Well, they're
lasted for about
maintainable, but
100 years.
but the DPW has to come and maintain them.
They're definitely not as durable as what's there now. They're,
Yeah,
Sure,
I mean,
sure,
yeah.
yeah.
they're
That's
gonna
not,
they're gonna weather faster.
mhm.
So if we really
I don't
want to,
dispute that.
if we want to get into it, I mean, I even think like there's some parks that have, like a circular table with benches around it so you can play pinochle and chess. I don't know if anybody would, but you could have your coffee there with people. So that might be nice, to have a few more benches or some, table type settings, picnic tables. But again, we just got information that we've got to watch our budgets. So I think, irrigation, start with that, and let's just, keep it simple for now.
John,
Good heavens, with all we got ahead of us budgetarily and in terms of tonight's agenda, can we just,
Yeah.
I think it'd be wise to table it for right now.
But
Yeah,
Picnic
Helen,
table.
Helen, you've spoken.
no, I have a question about what you just meant. You don't want to put the irrigation system in?
No,
Well, I move that we do that
I second.
because it needs it.
Yeah,
We're
it needs it.
wasting money.
Needed it for years upon years.
It's
So let's
already in our
start with that.
capital budget that was approved by the board. So
it makes even more sense.
no, it wasn't. This request was not approved by the board.
Well, I just made a motion. It was
Previously.
seconded. May we vote, please, or discuss some more?
I don't want to discuss it more. So roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
John, I.
Helen, I.
Ryan, no.
Michael, no, unless we can get a quote on the finishing the work.
What do you mean finishing the work?
Like not just
That was-
irrigating, but
let's just
making,
stick to the motion.
Okay, yeah.
so no.
So motion
Carries.
carries 3-2. So thank you. You're on to Herring
Thanks,
River
Jane.
Restoration Project, W27, request for amendment to 104 WQC. Charlie,
Thank you, Ryan. And we have Brian Carlson and Kara Ridley on the meeting as well. But so we received our for combined permit, the 401 water quality certification back in September 29, 2021 for the Herring River Restoration Project. And then after the fact, we realized that there was a problem relative to the way that permit was issued. And so what the letter that's in your package is asking is that we send in a request for an amendment to that permit. And Brian, I suspect, will speak to this issue, but it's really where the town of Wellfleet would assume the liability and responsibility for claims and damages arising from this federal, non-federal work. And the reality is, from what I understand, is the federal government, can't indemnify the state in this particular case. But as I say, Brian is on the phone and he might want to add to this. But what I'd like to do is send in this amendment request. You know, being the interim, I felt uncomfortable just signing that without authorization from the select board. But I do recommend that we do it.
Okay, Brian? I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Is your microphone working, Brian?
He's unmuted.
He's not moving. I think he's frozen. Carol, in the meantime?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Carol Ridley, coordinator for the Herring River Restoration Project. And yes, as Charlie said, so when the permit was issued and then reviewed by the DOI solicitor for the park, she identified this issue, and it has to do with one of the standard conditions in the permit that is, the standard language that is inserted in water quality certifications, which has to do with by accepting the permit holder agrees to indemnify the Commonwealth for the claims. And she pointed out that as a federal agency and the whole issue of federal supremacy, the federal government cannot accept that term of indemnifying the Commonwealth. And so the language was developed to seek, well, first we went back to Mass DEP and raised the issue with them. And they responded, well, the only way to address this or to, alter the language would be to request an amendment. So this is really initiated by the park for the reasons stated, but because the permit is issued to both the park and the town, it's advisable that the co-applicants and the co-recipients of the permit apply for the amendment. And this would be submitted to Mass DEP. There is a process that they go through. I think there's maybe a 21-day appeal period once that's filed. The only thing that can be appealed is the amendment. So the permit itself is fine. There's no issues with it other than this question. And it's not opening it up to appeal. It's just that one narrow issue that can be appealed. And then, that would be it. Then they would, assuming they agree and there's no appeal of that matter, then DEP would issue the modified or amended permit.
Okay. Brian, I saw that you rejoined. Is he still on? Or did we lose him again? Oh. All right. He's joining again. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't think he has audio. Okay. So I move to approve the amendment to the Herring River Restoration Project, W27 10 or 401 WQC as drafted.
Ellen,
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Don, I.
Oh, Mike's muted again. Okay, Ryan, I.
Mike? Helen, I.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to unmute if he can. Mike?
Michael, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Good evening.
Okay. Town meeting, annual town meeting warrants, warrant articles, affordable lots zoning bylaw. So this is the second revision. There's been a few changes since I presented this to the board. I included additional information that this is also identified in the housing plan to utilize undersized lots, and then the changes in house value or median sale value in the last year is crazy. I don't think that it behooves the town to delay action at this point. We need to start making some changes rather quickly to address the housing issues that we're experiencing. I don't know. That's all I'll say on it for right now. Helen?
Yeah, a couple things. So we've got this, and then there's a copy in the warrant of this, correct? Through
The
you.
draft warrant, yes.
Yeah, so which one is the most recent?
The one that's in the packet.
Okay, that's what I thought, just checking. Because there's some typos in the warrant one. It looked good to me. It looked good before. And I feel that there's safeguards, and it's yet another way in a few places. You know, this won't be something that's going to give us a lot, but every little bit helps. And as I always say about addressing affordable housing, there's no magic bullet. There's no one thing we can do. So I would be for this. But my main question is, and I brought this up last time, Ryan, is has town council told us that unequivocally we can do this the way it's worded in this most recent draft? Because you remember a bit the discussion we had about it before, and we probably can do it. But our language is going to be a bit different than, where was it, Yarmouth that has this too? And I really want to hear from town council before I vote to put it on the warrant.
So we would need to vote to put it on the warrant for it to be reviewed by town council.
Well, no, we
At
can.
that point, then we would receive their comments back and we might modify it. The other option is that I would petition this article and would not be reviewed by town council. And the select board wouldn't be able to make changes to it at that time.
Well, Ryan, I'm in no way arguing with it.
Yeah.
You know that.
So
But
you know, we
I
can,
do have to say that we can ask town council to look at it anytime we want. It doesn't have to be placed on the warrant for us to ask town council to look at something.
I mean, I need to know like now whether or not the select board's going to put this on the warrant, because otherwise it's, you know, if I want it on this annual town meeting, I'll have to file a petition.
No, excuse me. I
Yeah.
want to put it on the warrant. But the question is, can we legally do this?
Yes, Helen.
Well, well, how do you know that?
It will be reviewed by town council, and at that
Oh.
point, like the ADU bylaw, when we included that in the warrant, it comes back to the board, and the board is able to make changes to the language at that time.
That's why.
Yes, I know that. I'm very familiar with that. I've done it way more than anybody else on the board. But my point here is, first of all, it would have been nice to have this before. We have it place held in the warrant right now. There's a version of it. So it's very clear that it's got a place on the warrant. We're just not sure about the exact language. And if you want to put it as it sits now, this revised version, fine. But can we please, by the next meeting on our next draft, have town council tell us whether or not we should change it so we don't change it at the last minute. I don't think we want to go back and do that again. It wasn't fun last year. Thank you.
Janet?
So I think our procedure is that for any changes in bylaws or any, especially things doing with land, we should send this around to every board, like the zoning board of appeals, housing, planning board. What's the other one? Like just to get their opinion and their wording on it and their support of it.
So I've presented it to the housing organizations. They've voted to support it in concept.
Oh, wait, in concept, but how about in wording?
The wording, they didn't really have very many comments on. The ZBA can't comment on it legally. I presented it to the planning board and they basically refused to take it up. So the process that would go forward would be if we include it on the warrant, that would get sent, town council would review it. It would also get sent to the planning board and the planning board would have a public hearing. Similar to like the ADU last year, where there was a public hearing on it held by the planning board. And at that time, and then, again, that's another opportunity for revision and refinement at that point, but we have to act on it for it to even initiate that process, if that makes sense.
So in other words, the planning board would be required to look at it at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take my hand down.
So I'm looking, we had a very lengthy packet this time, and I'm looking for the exact wording.
Okay.
And
Can you, I could share, can I?
and this is just on the affordable lots.
This one, yes.
All right.
It's on page 119. Oh, you guys have printed packets, don't have the page numbers on.
And some of the changes is that it includes the use table and some additional changes along those lines.
All right, I'm looking for my notes too, and I can't find them.
Okay, in the meantime, Mike.
Yeah, I just still have a question about I don't want to get into the weeds on it if we're not going to do this right now, but when it comes to the setback thing, and tell me if I should bring this up now or wait, just because if we're going to take it up, then we have to kind of go through the whole thing, I think.
Yep.
And sort of beat it up a little bit, and get to, so whatever, I'm not gonna waste time, I'll just ask. The setback shall not be less than 10 feet, nor shall a dwelling be built within 10 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure. So that'll be 10 feet on the side, front, back lines.
Yes.
Is that the idea? Okay, so it can't be within that. I'd like it to say, shall come as close to meeting regular residential setbacks as possible, or something like that. I think it's important that we try and keep our setbacks so that people don't build within 10 feet if they could have built within 25 feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if you can have language, you can't really have language that loose.
Well, I don't know exactly what the language should be, but I would think you could say,
so I can change it back to the original language that I had there, which set this as a minimum, and then had it as basically an average of the setbacks of the surrounding parcels or the abutting parcels.
Yeah, I would like that, and then have a minimum, before it just said a minimum, yeah, I guess it said 10 feet before, is that right?
No, yeah, 10 feet was the minimum, and then it had, yeah, 10 feet was the minimum, but then it also said that, so there's instances within town where there's less than 10 feet from abutting structures.
Sure.
In the pre-existing neighborhood, like the center of town.
Right.
But yeah,
It's more, I'm more concerned about areas where where there isn't that kind of density. And then adding, someone being like, well, I want to put my house 10 feet away from this line, even though I could put it, 25 feet. So I think having I guess I have to think about it, really, how to word that. So move on to someone else. Let me think for a second.
Helen?
Yeah, one thing briefly. I'm sorry I sounded so testy earlier, Ryan. This is one of the many things that before it gets sent to the planning board, so as not to waste everybody's time, I really wanted town council to be able to look at it, because some of these things, and I'm all for having this happen, but some of these things, I'm not sure if we can change them, or if we can, what the limits are. And I agree with you, Ryan, that the language, Michael, your concern is excellent, but that language that you suggested is too loose for either a building inspector or the ZBA to feel comfortable with, and they would be right to feel uncomfortable. And I have to remind you that even a shed has more setbacks than that. And we're talking about a dwelling. And it isn't like NIMBY to want to have distance from your neighbors. It's like rights of privacy for people with less money. And I really support that. Thank you.
So here, I'll just change it back to the original wording.
Can you read it for us, please?
Yeah, it's on the screen too.
Okay, can you blow it up, please?
So the applicable side setback shall be determined by establishing an average setback based upon the principal structures on the lots immediately adjacent to the lot to be built on as a separate lot. In no case shall the side setbacks be less than 10 feet. Nor shall a dwelling or be built within 10 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure. The one thing that I'm wondering, it doesn't mention the back of the lot. It says side setbacks only.
I mean, the back is the same as the side.
Well, not in our zoning bylaws. We differentiate the front, side, and back of a lot in our zoning bylaws.
Yeah, I mean, this is, so then it would just be the applicable setbacks.
The applicable setbacks.
Yeah.
But, and we do require, I think, a 30-foot setback for every building from the, right now, without a variance from the ZBA. Every building that is built, including sheds, have to have, I believe, 25 or 30 feet from the road. That's built in our current bylaws.
Sheds are less.
No, even sheds from the front. You can
can't have a
you can
shed
go
in
right
front.
up to your property line with a 10 by 12 shed on your side or rear, but not the front. Unless it has wheels. That's what our current
True.
bylaws
True.
state.
I mean, if we make it too restrictive, then, these units wouldn't get built.
Well, I think the reason why there's a 25-foot setback on the front is because, I mean, look, take the average car parking space is about, 15 feet long or something like that, plus drive. I'm not saying we have to do the same thing, but, you know, if somebody's building 10 feet from the road, I don't know that that's great. I mean, I'm putting on my sort of like, I'm putting on a different hat, I guess, but I think it's important that we focus on this and see what makes sense. And I'm not opposed to, you know, having reduced setbacks for these lots, but I don't know if it makes sense for it to be 10 foot on the road side. I think 10, I mean, if we put 10 feet on, maybe if we should put 12 feet, really. I think 12 feet is a reasonable amount of space. If you think about what 12 feet actually looks like, I mean, we want this to pass also.
I mean,
When
12 feet
people's-
on the side.
If it's 12 feet on any side, I think that gives people a little bit of a buffer. 10 feet's not very much space, you know? Think about one sheet of plywood's 8 feet.
Yeah.
You know, it's really like, if you can't get 12 feet or 15 feet back, you know, that's pretty close up to your neighbors. And in some places that makes sense because of the density, you know? But I'm not sure.
Okay, let's say that there's a lot that's, doesn't have structures close to it, surrounding structures, that's long but narrow. How would you want that lot to be treated?
I can't raise my hand right now because I'm looking at our zoning bylaws. May I speak, Ryan?
Yep.
Yeah, here's the point. There's one of these lots is located and somebody designs a long skinny house, and there are a lot of split level houses that are long and skinny. You know, it's not even unconventional. You just figure out how to fit it in there, or you get, you know, you go to the ZBA and you say, and your butters get notified, and you say, I'd like to be a little closer to the setback, to the lot line, and you either get, you know, you get a permit or you don't. You get permission or you don't, because, you know, let's not forget, the ZBA is all about going and asking to break the zoning bylaws. That's what it does. And it considers the specific place, and the butters, you know, get to tell everybody what they feel, and it happens in that normal way. And I think that's a very, very much less of a setback than I would want for a neighbor if I was on an unconforming, in a non-conforming, you know, pre-existing house that had been set too close. But I'd get to, you know, voice my concerns right there in the ZBA hearing about it. Okay?
Janet?
You know, this is a very big subject, and I'm hearing what everybody's saying. And that was a good point, Helen. I think we need, I mean, it's 9 o'clock. It just needs to be, have a public hearing and hear what people say.
So for that to happen, we
I
have
know,
to,
I don't buy that, Ryan. We've had public hearings all the time. I know, I'm sorry, I'm never rude to you. I'm, you know, and I love what you're doing here, but this is a huge subject. And for us to be talking about it at 9 o'clock, I don't know, there's a lot of input, and we can move. I mean, you can have public hearings. I've never heard of that before.
We can have a, hold on. So I'm raising my hand again, Ryan.
Go ahead, Helen.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't have to have a hearing. We can have a meeting agenda item and run it like a hearing. In other words, we want to hear from people. You don't have to have the formal, you can have an agenda item where we invite people in the public to speak. We can do that if we want. The chair can do it. We can support the chair doing it. And I think Janet's right, but the main thing is I want to know if we can do any of this legally, and I think a lot of it we can. But I have to say that I'm not sure about all of it, and I wouldn't want to waste people's time. I think some things we can decide, to put out there to town meeting, and other things you just can't do it, which is why I keep
So,
talking about.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. I'm going to clarify
So,
something here, but
yeah,
this is getting
if we put this forward and place it on the warrant, it will go to the planning board, and the planning board will have a public hearing with the planning board, and the planning board can recommend changes that we could adopt, or they could say, we don't support it or whatever. And it's basically the same situation that happened with the ADU bylaw. It forces the planning board's hand to look at it, to really look at it, because we've put it on the agenda. So we're basically prioritizing this happening. But I think, just to bring it back to where we were a second ago, because I think we're actually pretty close on this, but you asked what I would want to do on a lot where there wasn't any buildings next to it, but it was a narrow lot. I think you could address that by saying that that the distance between buildings just has to be further, right? So like if it says no dwelling will be built within 10 feet of another dwelling or principal structure, I think that's too close for Wellfleet, right? 10 feet's pretty close to another building. So what would your setback be if it was like,
What about 15 feet?
I mean, the way
that's
it's
pretty
written,
close.
the way it's written right now, 10 feet, as you asked it to be changed to, 10 feet is the
Mhm.
minimum.
Right.
But otherwise, the setbacks would be determined by the setbacks of the abutting parcels. So, that keeps the characteristic of the neighborhood that this would be getting cited in.
Sure.
So I think that addresses that. It just says that it can't be less than 10 feet. But with the average of the abutting parcels, it might be required to be more than that, obviously. But I also put up on the screen basically the schedule for how this process would play out. So we really do need to act on this tonight, one way or the other, to afford the planning board enough time to hold a public hearing. But John?
Yeah, I agree with Mike that we need to start the planning board's engine on this, and the way to do it would be to act on this tonight. And the same with town council. If we can get this in front of the planning board and town council, we'll have something to work with.
Yep.
In a timely fashion.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, two things. One is, Ryan, I pledge to you, and I'm as good as my word, that whatever happens with this, I will support putting it on the warrant. I'm not going to do dirty tricks with this. I've had that done to me, by the way. You won't have to do a petition, at least as far as I'm concerned. But what we have to remember is this language that we're looking at tonight. If we send it to the planning board, Ryan, you can't go changing it after we approve it tonight to send to the planning board. We can change it together after.
Yes.
Got that?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, you could go rogue.
Okay, so in that case, John, do you have your hand up still?
No.
Okay, so I move.
Ryan, before you move it, I'm a little bit uncomfortable here. I'm not going to vote for it unless we clarify this language right here, where it says the side setbacks. We've deleted that, but I think it needs to say the setbacks.
Where are you, Ryan? Michael?
It's on section second, the applicable side setbacks. We differentiate our
Okay.
setbacks.
Yeah.
I
so
think it's
it
the
says
applicable
full
setbacks.
Yep, that's what
Yeah,
it says now.
Okay, that's what it says there.
Yep.
And I think that I would not be comfortable with saying no other. I don't think I would be comfortable with it saying, I know it's late, but be built within 10 feet of any other dwelling or structure. I think it needs to be a little bit further than that. Even if it's 15 feet, I mean, I just know, how close that actually is. Even though I think 15 feet's a reasonable distance between buildings.
I would say, what about the central district?
The central district, I think you could go to the ZBA at that point and ask for relief. But I think 15 feet is, even in the central district, most buildings are within 50 or farther than 15 feet of each other. Residential.
I don't know. I mean, again, this just sets the minimum. More than likely once the setbacks are calculated by the average, that the minimum's that's allowable will be larger than that.
Okay.
So, Helen?
Yeah, the way I would do it would simply be to have whatever the setbacks in that district are, because remember, the applicant can go to the ZBA and say, I want relief on this. And that's true without this bylaw. And also that a lot of the undersized lots in town, Ryan, are big enough so that you could fit a house in and still conform to the setbacks. And I think, thinking on my feet here, that I wouldn't have anything about setbacks. And you also don't necessarily want to say, well, whatever else is going on in the neighborhood, because we have some neighborhoods with some pretty ghastly density, and it's not all that great for people. But in any case, it would depend on the site, on that parcel, and it wouldn't get as much resistance, you see, because I'm going to say it again. There are a lot of undersized lots that aren't that undersized. Okay, they could fit a small house or a funny shaped house, with a jog or just a long skinny thing like, hey, a Breuer house, which is, like a railroad car and very nice to live in, by the way. And I don't think you should have anything about setbacks in here. I think it should just be a normal ZBA process if people want to, go over a setback. Thank you.
Janet?
Well, I feel like you do have to designate setbacks and have continuity with our other bylaws. And I'm sorry, I didn't really get the packet. I mean, we got this like on Friday afternoon to compare it to our present bylaws, but I think continuity would be good visually and also less confusing. And I haven't looked at our present bylaws, but to compare, but I just think there should be the same. I mean, 25 feet is not a lot, 10 feet's not a lot, 15 feet is not a lot. If you've got a quarter of an acre and you've got neighbors and things like that. So I would say go with what we have within reason. I mean, we've really got to look at this and take it apart. So I won't say anything more.
Okay, so I need a motion like now, one way or the other.
All right, I move that we, I don't know how to word it.
Can do it.
I move to approve and insert an article into the annual town meeting warrant for affordable undersized or affordable lot, or title affordable. Yeah, what's the title of it? Affordable lot zoning bylaw. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I know.
We can call it something else on the warrant, but anyway, we need to call it something that we all agree on, that will go to the planning board.
The insert into the
Mr. Chair,
affordable.
can this not be edited again? Can this be edited again?
Yeah.
After the
It
planning
can be
board?
edited again. It has to be within one of our meetings to edit it.
And then but then it would have to go back to the planning board after that again, if it was substantive.
Yeah.
And other boards too.
No,
No, the planning board is what's
Yeah.
required. It's required public hearing that they have to have. I'm not 100% on the setbacks here. The language, like I want people to have to meet the minimum setbacks of the neighborhood
Yeah.
unless they can't. And then that would trigger the average setback.
It seems to me. the
So
way
if it said something like, if minimum setbacks can't be maintained, the applicable side setback shall be determined by, or can't be attained. If minimum setbacks can't be attained, then the applicable side setback shall be determined by. Does that make sense, Ryan?
No, Helen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, respectfully, I just addressed this.
Yeah, but Helen, you're
If
making
you
everything
can't-
have to go to
no.
the ZBA.
No,
Yes.
hold on. Hold on. I'm speaking.
Mhm.
If you have a lot and you want to put a house on it,
Mhm.
and it's totally inconvenient, you want to go within a setback as defined in the district, Janet. You know, every district has, it can be this many. Right.
To be
and
the same as our
front-
present bylaws.
Yes, so we don't have to mention those present bylaws. But if I want to put a house on one of these undersized lots and I can't meet the setbacks, you know, reasonably to construct it, all I have to do is what everybody else does. I go and ask permission from the ZBA, which I'm going to sort of have to do anyway because it's undersized. The one thing that should stay in here, Ryan, and I think it's important that it does, is the different frontage requirement, which I think could happen reasonably. And you could have you could have a really weird shaped lot and, you know, still be able to put a house on it with that tiny little frontage thing, which would be wide enough to do the mouth of a driveway. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because it's much harder to get a variance than it is to simply go for a special permit. And in this case, the frontage thing could be a real drawback. Like if I was on the ZBA, you can only do variances for very specific reasons, and it might be a real deal breaker, whereas the setbacks wouldn't. Thank you. In my opinion.
I mean,
I think that we have to have setbacks in here. I think the fact that Helen's just asking everyone to have to go to the ZBA.
No, they
for
have to go
every
to
struct-
ZBA for this.
no, they don't.
It's by right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, that was the one thing I missed.
that's why the setbacks are in there. It's so that you can utilize this land without having to get a variance on setbacks. Setbacks you need a variance for. They can't give you a special
No,
permit to
no,
violate this.
No.
So the minimum, our zoning regs actually have minimum yard requirements rather than setbacks from structures. So the minimum yard requirements vary from 25 to 100 feet. For the side setbacks, they range from 35 to 6 feet. And from the rear setbacks, they range from 35 to 15.
Where are you seeing this, Ryan?
In our zoning bylaws,
All right, so you have them up on your screen?
yes.
All right.
I mean,
And that's based on the district.
Yes.
Do you want to screen share for a moment?
It's sharing right now, Helen.
Oh, good. Well, I was pawing around in our town website. Okay. No, what I'm looking at is your proposed bylaw, the proposed bylaw. I was asking you to share what's in our zoning bylaw.
Yeah, I was sharing it.
No, it's present, you want what's presently in our zoning bylaw.
Yeah,
Yep. Okay, so different
Let
program.
me go. Yep, I'm
you.
open to.
here we
Okay.
go. That's what I was
Yeah.
pawing around for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Like, to me, if I say, if minimum yard requirements 5.4.2 cannot be met, the applicable side setback shall be determined by establishing an average setback based upon the principal structures on the lots immediately adjacent to the lot to be built upon as a separate lot.
Hmm.
Can you enlarge this, please? I don't know what's happening with my screen. Okay.
I mean, the point is do you want any of these to actually be built on or not as affordable for
Well, no,
affordable
Ryan.
housing?
Well, no, Ryan, what I'm proposing, and maybe I'm just totally not making sense. It's kind of late, but what I'm proposing is that if you can meet the minimum yard requirements for a structure, then you should. But if you can't meet them, then it would trigger this other thing, which is to establish the average setback.
Based on the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
does that make sense? I mean, it's kind of complicated. I'm
It
just,
is, that's, yeah.
I
Well,
want to
I
just
think
say
you're-
yes. I want to say, let's just do this, but I'm a little bit concerned both that people might vote it down at town meeting because they say, look, I don't want a building being built within 10 feet of me. I live in a neighborhood where that's,
already the case.
well, no, I mean, I don't know.
This includes the provisions as currently drafted to preclude from people building closer than what the surrounding structures average. It's already covers basically, the setbacks. And actually could actually result in setbacks that are larger than what's in the use or the yard requirements.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was worried about, is it going beyond that just because some of the average setbacks.
Yeah.
Can we say that can we say somehow that it may, like, I don't want it to just be triggered by the average setbacks, because some areas have huge setbacks. So I feel like that we need to mention it should meet it may meet the minimum yard requirements in 5.4.2, or the applicable side setbacks shall be determined. I know this is like an obnoxious thing, but this is what happens when we take up zoning bylaws as a select board.
I think we're not doing as bad a job as all that, Mike.
I would
More time.
I would prefer, well, if there's more time, then literally tomorrow I am petitioning, because we can't wait because of the scheduling for the public hearing for the planning board in time to be in time for town meeting.
When's the
does the
deadline
board-
for
when-
petitioned
yeah.
articles?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
So that is, well, the deadline is, stop share. I don't know what the deadline is off the top of my head right now.
Charlie?
He's gone.
Okay, you know what, guys?
But this is the schedule that we would have to follow. So
Yeah.
it's submitted, the select board would submit it to the planning board within 14 days of us doing, the planning board has 65 days to hold a public hearing. So, and then
Yeah.
this is why it's like, like,
Well, we need to get this done.
yeah,
Okay, you know what? I think we should just send it as it is. The one thing we might change is 10 feet to 15 feet or 12 feet. I think we should just send it the way it is and include one word, which says that the side, have it be clear that it's also the rear setback or all the setbacks that have to have that measurement. Okay, because who was it? Was it Mike or Janet that said, what about the back? Let's see. Yeah, the side setbacks. It should just say the side, front, and back setbacks shall not be less than, how about 12 feet?
I mean, I can live with 12, 15.
Okay, let's do 15 and have it take outside and put.
It just
There
says setbacks. You don't have to define every setback if you say setbacks.
Setbacks. Can we do 10 feet and then 15 feet between buildings?
Okay, so that would be here. Wait, actually,
Oops.
sorry, it's just gonna be easier. The setbacks should not be less than, what, 15?
It's got to be at least 15.
Yep, so I'm changing that right now.
You got 150. There you go.
Well, that's because it's change tracking. So no dwelling. What did you say for the within?
I would say it should be no less than 10 feet from the setback, but within 15 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure. We already allow ADUs on a 10-foot rear lot setback.
Yeah, I think that we shouldn't do that because that's really very, very close. And there are fire problems with that. Setbacks also have to do with fire requirements. So
That's why the structure, the distance between the principal dwelling or principal structure is
Yeah.
what's important, not between the property line in that case.
So what was your proposed distance between?
So we already allow an ADU within 10 feet of the rear setback. So we
Okay,
should be consistent.
So then,
oh no, we do not. Not if
Yes,
it's
we
gonna be a
do.
Yes, we
dwelling
do.
unit.
Helen,
Not if
yes,
it's
we
gonna be a
do.
dwelling unit. No, we don't.
It's in the ADU bylaw. I just
Um,
talked to the building inspector about it. That's what our accessory
Let's not
buildings are
do the
within.
ADU right now.
I'm
It's
just telling
late.
you to be
We're not-
consistent.
So my question then is, why would you make this more restrictive than the ADU bylaw?
It's not more restrictive than the ADU bylaw. What I'm saying is keep the setback the same, 10 feet, but then just make it 15 feet between a dwelling or principal structure. Because everyone else who has a dwelling or principal structure is going to be farther than 10 feet off the line. So in the real world case of an accessory dwelling unit, it's going to be your distance between buildings is still going to be further than 15 feet. It wouldn't be more restrictive.
So there
Because
you
the
go.
principal dwelling, the principal dwelling has to be 25 feet off the rear. Only the accessory building can be 10 feet off the rear. So that,
So do you want 15 feet or 20?
I don't really care as long as it's not 10 feet between, I think at least 15 feet between a dwelling or principal structure and the building that you're building.
Okay.
I
So
think
then-
that's as restricted, that's as loose as I'm willing to go, is 15 feet on that.
Okay, so then
It's not very far.
The setback shall not be less than 10 feet, and nor shall the dwelling be built within 15 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure. And then if a dwelling is built within 25 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure, stockade fence might be
Mhm.
required.
Yeah, that's about as lenient as I'm willing,
Okay,
that's,
so
yeah,
that's really close to the original, the draft I provided in the packet, so.
that's pretty close, yeah. I mean, I still am a little concerned about the people having to determine their setbacks by the average setback.
So
and-
that, I just took that back out.
Good, thank you.
Okay,
Because, yeah, so it's basically almost exactly how it was in the packet, just.
oh,
with
so
the-
you've totally removed the average setback.
Yes,
Okay,
That's really good.
I don't think so, but
so,
I could,
so you just,
it's frustrating, I know, but what
no,
I'm saying,
you,
Ryan,
you just
is
say
that-
one thing and then you say
no,
completely
listen.
different.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is in a neighborhood, okay, say you've got a neighborhood and you've got average setbacks in the neighborhood. Like, I would like people to have further setbacks than the 10 feet or 15 feet. In some cases, that's not going to be possible. You know what I mean? And so I don't want to just be like, yeah, go ahead and build within 10 feet or 15 feet of a principal structure when you don't have to, you know? So I think it's a little bit complicated. So it's not that I am going back and forth. What I'm saying is, if there's space, you know, we shouldn't be jamming these, allowing people to jam a building right up against their neighbor by right. So
They're
that's
not
why
gonna do that anyways if they have the space. So, but Helen,
They
Yeah,
might though. That's the
They
whole thing,
might.
Ryan, is they might.
Hold on a minute.
I might do it. You know,
Yeah.
if somebody's like on the back of my lot and I'm like, oh, I can have this whole front yard and I can just put no windows over there.
Mike,
Yeah.
I'm speaking with Ryan right now, please. So in this line where you've changed it, Ryan, it says the setbacks, and you have to put in shall be less than 10 feet, okay? Put in the word shall be.
Do we
Shall.
want them less than 10 feet?
Well, it's just he left out the shall, and this is going to go after this meeting to the planning board, shall not be less than 10 feet. I think it should be more than that. I think it should be 12 or 15 feet, and that will be more palatable. Nor shall a dwelling be built within 15 feet of any other dwelling or principal structure. I think you're going to find that the fire chief says something about it. And I want to remind you of Planning Board, CBA, zoning bylaw 101. You cannot make something more non-conforming than it is already. And this is only about new structures, right? So you're going to be creating a non-conformity.
no, because it
Unless-
would conform
unless-
with the bylaw.
Hold on, unless we approve it as a zoning bylaw at town meeting.
Yes,
But the planning board is going to be approaching it in the way that I just said, that, you know, they're not going to like it because of this. And they're also, frankly, from my experience, probably not going to like it because they didn't do it. But that's their problem. Thank you. Have fun with that.
I've already gone to 2 planning board meetings with it and got
With
2
the-
meetings of them refusing to take it up, essentially.
Yeah, well, isn't that fun? Okay, never mind. No more snippy things coming from me. Sorry.
So where are we right now?
We've just changed the language. Let's send it to them, clean it up. So you take out all these cross-outs. It'll be better tomorrow when you're
Yeah,
less.
this is just change tracking. Once the changes are accepted, all those crossouts, I mean, it's clean copy. So this just tracks changes. It's, you know, what you can do with a word processor.
Whee!
So we've removed now the applicable side setback. So we're just saying now, you can build within 10 feet of the lot line or 15 feet of any building, no matter what.
May we do it 12 feet or 15 feet, please, and not have it 10 feet?
I mean, I can
I
live with
agree.
15. Mike started saying that he wanted it 10 feet and now doesn't want it to be 10 feet. I don't know.
Helen
No,
wants
no,
it-
no, Ryan, no.
Helen wants
Well-
it 12 or 15 feet and
All
I'm
right, I
thinking
can
about,
live with 15. It just,
hey,
you
stick
know,
it in there,
Fine.
please.
and there's only a few. I mean, this isn't going to be a huge number of.
I'm just trying to consider the neighbors of these lots and make sure that if we do this, that we're paying attention to detail.
See, I think it should be by special permit, but never mind. You know why? Because that way they don't have to.
So how much does a special permit application cost, Helen?
I haven't ever done one and I
Well, you have
can't.
to hire a lawyer. Otherwise, you're not going to get one.
That's not.
If only if you kind of push it, but that is true.
Okay, so I move.
You put 150. Oh, you put 15. I see.
Yep, it's
Okay,
just
I'm on my
change
phone.
tracking. Yeah,
Sorry,
it's change
I'm on my
tracking,
phone.
so-
I'm on my phone.
So I move to insert an article into the annual town meeting warrant for title Affordable Lots zoning bylaw and to refer the bylaw to the planning board to hold a public hearing.
Helen second.
Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Janet, no, I feel this is too rushed.
Jan, John, I.
Ryan, I.
Mike,
He's muted. Sorry.
Helen, I.
Mike.
Michael, aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. And the other one that I really need to do tonight is the cottage colony, which is a change in the definition. So I think this one's much less complicated, so where are we?
Yeah, where is it in our packet?
It's the next page.
What's the next page? Can you put it up for us,
Yep,
please?
I'm trying to find it right now.
Thank you.
I had it up. Where'd it go? Wellfleet Town of Selectboard meetings. Final draft. Amended and where are we? Cottage colony. Okay. So share. Cottage colony, share. Okay. So this one basically changes the definition of the cottage colony. Basically, as it's written right now, only a single unit in a cottage colony can be occupied on a year-round basis. And this would just change it so that it would be allowable for more than one unit to be occupied on a year-round basis, except within the National Seashore Park District, which retains the pre-existing restrictions. And then it updates the use table to add, because you have to add the definition of cottage colony National Park Service, so it doesn't allow any new cottage colonies to be created within the Seashore District. It just yeah, and the square footage, that's all within the pre-existing language for the definition of a cottage colony. So a lot of these are, would make good units, potentially good units for housing, especially because due to their smaller size, they command less on a seasonal rental market. So there could be potentially year-round rentals created out of this. So Helen?
Yeah, this has been a long time coming. Okay, first time I heard about this need was 22 years ago. But I called Jerry Parent last night because I always scratch my head about not more than 768 square feet. I mean, where did that come from? And he said, you know, he gave me a lot of history. And he didn't know about why exactly those square feet, but we can change it to something a little less silly. It could be 800 square feet, for example. And what we figured out, or at least let me just speak for myself, not put words in his mouth, is at the time, there was a guy called Handy who was doing a lot of cottage colonies here and there in Wellfleet. But it sounds to me like somebody had a building that was already that big and it was measured, and this very personalized square footage, 768 square feet. I mean, where did that come from? The then building code? I doubt it. But can we just change that one thing in there to, let's say, 800 square feet? How about it? Just to make it a little less wacky.
Maybe. John, before I make any changes, I'd like to hear.
I just wanted to get clarification on something. Does the National Seashore have a prohibition on these cottages being used year round?
I don't know. It's possible, which is why I included the definition for now. If it turns out that it is allowed to be used, then we could go back in later, you know, maybe in a year or two and update that definition.
Okay, thanks.
So
But no more can be created now.
yeah, no more can be created within the seashore. So Mike?
I guess my question is, does this just increase the value of a bunch of cottages that are not going to be used as year-round housing?
It creates the possibility of them being used for year-round housing rather than being restricted to seasonal only. So Wellfleet has about 10% of our housing stock is restricted solely to seasonal use currently. And we need to create as many opportunities as we can to especially to bring housing back into the year-round housing market.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this at all. I just wonder, and I guess we won't know until we do it, whether it's going to create housing or if the people who, I guess we won't know until we'll do it, whether it'll actually increase housing or just increase the property value of those who own it.
I mean, if it's still being used only for seasonal housing, the property value would stay the same. You're not changing
Well, it's that it can, right? Part of these things sell for a certain amount because they're restricted. So you're removing the restriction, which is fine, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's probably a good idea.
I mean, part of it is to do with condos, and you have the underlying ownership of the land does not convey with the with the unit itself.
Right. It's the value of the building.
Yep. So, Kathleen. Sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. And I realize it's been a long meeting and everyone's kind of tired. To John Wolf's question about the seashore prohibiting year-round cottages within the park, to my knowledge, even their seasonal staff has to move out of their cottages that they own within the park. Now, if that's because there's something prohibiting them, or if the fact that most of those units that are in the park, John, are not year-round or insulated and with heat and so on and so forth. I want to speak to this because when I was on the select board, I was approached by a couple that own a cottage condo, if you will, out on the highway, kind of just up a little bit from the Marconi Beach, stop there. I think it's called, I don't know, something Cape Pines or something like that. And they have to move out every winter out of their year-round, very comfortable 800 square foot cottage because their condominium association does not allow it to be occupied in the winter months. And so they have to move out. They're both employed here in Wellfleet. One works at the post office, the other works at Shepley's. They have year-round jobs, and this is a hardship for them. So I think that if we were to change the definition going forward, we would allow individuals the opportunity to stay in what has been deemed a seasonal use only. Now, why was this? I'm told back in the day that it had to do with septic use. So that might have weighed into why we weren't allowing this use year round. But if you talk to people out there, you'll find that a lot of them would like to stay in these units. So I would hope that you'll all get on board with this. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, Mr. Chair.
Yep. So one of the reasons that these things were, the regulations on condos became so strict is that they were trying to prevent condos. Instead, rather than preventing, because they don't want these properties kind of be split up, but instead of preventing them, we effectively created just a bunch of units that can only be occupied on a seasonal basis. But Janet?
So I just want to comment, and I agree with everything Kathleen said. Look at the cottage colony that's down at Keller's Corner, the one as you're going, that is going down to the pier on the left, and they've now become quite exclusive cottages. And here we are trying, so how do we prevent, just people buying them and not letting them be for affordable? And I don't mean affordable like legally, but just for like working people.
You can't prevent that now.
Right. So we do this, and I can't even think of that many cottage colonies anymore that this would happen to, but we want to provide housing, and this is providing kind of luxury housing. So I don't know how we stop it or how we change it, but I just want you to know that is what has happened.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, I think this is going to trigger a change of use because you're going to go to year round, and it will also trigger, different building code requirements. I think I'm remembering this. I'm qualifying all of this, so forgive me, maybe I'm wrong about this. But you're going to have to, if they're going to be used year round, I think that's a change of use, A. And B, they're going to have to be insulated and made proper. And I don't know how many people are going to want to do that. But is there some way that this could have language that would say, as it does in the ADU, that if it's going to be year round, that it has to be affordable, unlike the ADU? In other words, you'd have the requirement that it be year round. but it would also have to be rented affordably. The
So-
ADU has that be in a separate section.
So-
That's not a zoning board.
Like workforce, yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
you-
that's not a zoning Board of Appeals decision to make, which is why it's not in the ADU as a requirement.
Okay, John,
Oh, well, I was just going to observe in the park. I do know of places that are being used for park employees year round. But I guess that really doesn't have any application to this discussion.
no, I would say that, just, affordable housing having housing that's kind of inherently affordable by design rather than affordable by restriction is beneficial. I can think of a number of cottage colonies within Wellfleet that would be ideal for a number of them to be used on a year-round basis. I mean, if they're brought up to, obviously they'd have to be winterized if they're not already. A number of them have been winterized because a lot of them now have air conditioning on them, and to run air conditioning, you want insulation. But you have just off the top of my head, there's the one that Kathleen just said, that's not even next to the water, it's on the highway. There's the one next to Bay Sales Boatyard. There's a number of cottages there. That's, again, these aren't necessarily prime locations. You don't have to be concerned about, I don't know. Thinking that they're going to create, luxury cottages. Where that's happening, it's happening anyways. And it doesn't have any bearing on whether or not they can be occupied on a year-round basis or not. This just makes it so that it is possible for people to occupy them on a year-round basis, rather than not being possible whatsoever. So, I don't know.
I'd be in favor of making the motion.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I move that we amend the Wellfleet lots zoning bylaws to allow cottage colony cottages to be used on a year-round basis.
Or as it would have to be as drafted, or
Okay. I move that to present the I move to approve the article, to approve amending the Wellfleet lots zoning bylaws as presented in the motion, as presented in the
Yep, in the pack, or as
The
drafted.
pack,
Yeah,
packet.
and to refer to the planning board for a public hearing.
and to refer it to the planning board for a public hearing.
Okay, second.
I still want some kind of restriction on it, an economic restriction, so I guess we could talk about it later.
This is just definition. You can't,
Yeah, all right, you're right. Okay.
so,
All right,
John,
Sure.
I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Oh, and I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. So at this point, it's 10 o'clock. I'd prefer, I don't know, do you guys want to take up the animal bylaw, which is
we can
next?
wait on that.
Or-
can't
or
we?
Yeah,
wait.
please, let's
Yes,
wait on
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So, yep, that's my thinking as well. So,
Yeah. And did you all get the officer Keogh signing off on it and saying he wanted, he wanted it, right? And so he and I drafted it and used, various things that we referred to. And Janet, you saw that it's an exception, bird feeders
Yeah,
exception.
okay, I saw that. I
Yeah,
also heard that he said you wanted it.
yeah,
I'm going to speak to him about that because
Um,
the
All
library.
right, well, we're
No,
not taking,
let's-
we're
I'm
not,
sorry, I
all
shouldn't,
right, guys,
it's late.
we're not taking it up right now, so we
Good,
are,
good.
um,
I have one thing to report when we get to select board reports, but otherwise I could be out of here so
Yep.
easily.
we're at select board reports now, so go ahead.
Yeah, so, I announced this thing that's happening on Friday with the Cape Cod Commission. And I did it, I confirmed it with Steve Tupper. I explained that I wasn't calling as a delegate or anything. And explained to him how we hadn't heard about it in a kind of easy way. And I just had an exchange with him. That's all I want to report. And I didn't, offer anything on behalf of the board. That's it. I was just finding out what that meeting was.
Danya, are you checking to see if you were appointed?
Yes.
Okay,
I've been here 4 hours wondering.
The beginning of the meeting.
Are you going crazy yet? Yeah, so we're doing a lot of the appointments under our consent agendas now. So we covered that within the first minute of the meeting.
I must have been somewhere else.
No,
Thank you.
Congratulations.
so that way
Thank
we
you.
don't, I mean, unless somebody has an issue over the individual merits of somebody, that we don't necessarily have to get into the nitty gritty of what people think of different
At
people.
least you
or-
got to sit through a select board meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Are you
You ready
lucky?
to run?
Oh,
So-
never. Not now, not after seeing this. It was fabulous. Thank you. And I'm glad I sat through it. And thank you for letting me be on the
Sorry, I
board.
should have checked on you earlier, so.
So
Hey, if you're on
Ryan,
the board-
I have one more thing for topics for future discussion.
Oh, wait, we're still
at
on select board
reports right
reports.
now.
So I have a very brief thing to report. The dredging committee, the seashore, and the Herring River Committee, the Herring River Group, all met, excuse me, with Carol Ridley. We all met and we had a very productive meeting because it's all about where we're going to put dredging spoils and the seashore, we're all in agreement. I'll leave it at that. Seashore, Herring River, and dredging, we're all working cooperatively and together. Very good.
Okay, so I have one. So last night, because you can do stuff virtually right now, is I attended the Duxbury Select Board meeting. And they were talking about the decommissioning process for Pilgrim Power Plant. There was representatives from Senator Markey, a bunch of other reps from the state and federal there as well. And I've been in touch with Senator Markey's office about it since as well as the Duxbury Select Board, or their chair at least. They very much obviously oppose the release of the planned release of water. They're very concerned that Holtec is going to continue or is going to do that. But there was a lot of support from both the state and federal representatives and senators in opposition of that plan. They were also, concerned about other aspects of the decommissioning process that, dry casks and storage. So that's my report. Are there any others for the select board reports right now? Okay, so Charlie, town administrator's report.
Thank you, Ryan. I think maybe I would just, there's a critical issue that I'd really like to focus on, and I'll answer any questions that you might have since it's so late. But what I would like to request is sorry to do this to you, but a special meeting, another meeting of the select board. I in my report, you'll notice I had mentioned we've been interviewing candidates for the town treasurer's position. And we finished those interviews. We did a second round on Monday. And we do have a candidate that we'd like to appoint. And I'll send out his resume and background. I don't want to wait till 2 weeks because this gentleman can't give his notice and take a risk with the select board's ability, to reject the appointment within 2 weeks. And I think that, Mary and Lisa are just terribly overwhelmed, and the sooner I can get somebody on board, the sooner the training and support can begin. So I'd really respectfully ask for a quick meeting to make a recommendation on town treasurer. I also finished the assistant DPW superintendent interviews today, and if we had a meeting, I'd do the same for that.
How do you want to schedule it? I'm sorry.
Okay, so I was going to cover that under the future.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. I needed the reminder. So I would like to have the meeting on because it seems to work well for everybody is next Tuesday. Does that work for everybody?
What time?
Wait a minute.
Same time, 6 p.m. normal time.
Is that timely enough for you, Charlie?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sooner the better, but Tuesday's better than the Tuesday after that. Yep.
Yeah, and then we could get to some of the items on this agenda that we obviously weren't able to cover tonight. And then February 22nd is when we're going to start reviewing budgets. So we're going to be getting buried in budgets at that time. So I'd really like to try to cover a significant portion of the draft warrant as well on Tuesday, just so that we can clear that on our schedule.
Okay.
Well,
What-
wait a minute.
Yep.
So I can do it on, you're talking Tuesday, the 15th, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
But on the 22nd, we have the ARC hearing. That was when we were going to have that continued hearing. That's when we said we were going to have it. Remember?
Yeah. We'd
Well,
still
there
have the
was one
meeting
for
on the
that?
22nd.
Okay, good.
So ARC is coming to our regular meeting? Because that was one
The
of my
22nd, we're going to have a number of shellfish hearings.
We're continued that hearing about
All right,
ABC.
good.
Yeah. So, and that might not be ready or not to have another, we'll see.
Okay.
So,
So next Tuesday at 6? Do
yeah,
we want to do it earlier because of this, I don't know, a lot on the agenda?
no, if it goes late, we can stop,
Okay.
so. Mike, did you have, we just lost, no? he's
No,
here.
I'm here.
Okay. So does that work for everybody? Tuesday, 6?
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesday at 6 next
Yeah.
Tuesday.
I've been trying to go back to the every 2-week schedule. So, but obviously, yeah.
This is Tuesday, just the 6th is just for Charlie's things.
No, this
Tuesday,
Charlie's thing.
Tuesday at 6.
15th.
The
15th.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
So we would cover a number of the items that we didn't cover tonight as well.
Okay.
So start reviewing the draft warrant. Because on the 22nd, as I said, we're going to be starting on budgets. So if we can clear as much as we can.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure if you were saying that was the
Yeah.
22nd. Okay.
I don't
So on
know
the 15th.
how coherent I am at this point. So.
No, me neither. I'm in
This,
in the dark with headphones on, with like people sleeping in the same room. So
Okay.
God,
Okay.
I don't want to know if you're in your pajamas. TMI. So Ryan,
Yep.
hello, future concerns. We got a note from Elaine McElroy, and unfortunately Mia Baumgarten went off, and she's the governor appointee. And we have to appoint somebody else. We have to have somebody else on the Housing Authority to
For,
replace her. But what's complicated is, do we appoint her or is she elected? I think we're supposed to appoint her, but that should be on our next agenda because it's
she
time.
was a state appointee.
Oh, so we just have to, we don't have to do anything?
I don't think we can.
So is she resigning? Do we need a new person or just?
Yeah, we
remove-
need a new
Yeah,
person.
I didn't see that at all, so.
Well,
Yeah.
it's in there. It's a memo from Elaine, which I cannot easily find.
I didn't see it either.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't
in the
get it.
packet. It was in the packet. It was, hidden, it was hidden at the back of the enormous housing report
Okay.
somewhere like that. It's there.
Okay.
Rebecca will, Rebecca knows where it is, right, Rebecca? Oh.
I do. It's in your packet. Do you want me to screen share or do you want me to just send it to
No,
you again
no.
tomorrow?
No,
We'll
but
look.
we're supposed to get those emailed to us as well.
Okay.
So,
Can we stop now?
no, we still have to,
Minutes.
yeah, minutes. So,
I move to approve all the minutes.
Oh, Janet, jeez.
January 18th, 2022 and January 15th, 25th. See, I can't even read. 25th, 2022.
I'll second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Janet, I.
John, I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen abstained, sorry.
Okay, so I move to adjourn.
Second. Ah.
Oh, Valentine's Day.
Rebecca. Ah,
We're all talk at once.
you are so on the ball, Rebecca. Thank you.
Okay, so I need a,
It's too late for Groundhog Day, so I had to go to the next best thing.
Yeah.
was
Okay.
there a second on the adjournment?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Okay.
Janet, I.
John, I.
I.
Michael, I.
Ryan, I.
Helen, I.
All right, good night, all.
Good night.
Thank you, Ryan.
I
Thank
love
you,
all.
Charlie. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Bye-bye.
Bye.